Hello everybody and welcome to the World Series of Poker Circuit Event, Ring Event number 1, the mini main event. You're joined by myself, Pred Poker. Some of you may be aware of my commentary at the IPO in Dublin a few months ago. I hope everybody's doing well today. I hope you're settled in to watch some lovely late night coverage. There is our player position, our table count. Our chip leaders, Safwayne Barry, on this table in seat 6. Definitely going to be a player to keep an eye on in this mini main event. A €250 buy-in. Hopefully you guys are going to have a fantastic time. I'm settled in, I'm comfy, I'm ready to watch some poker, help talk it through with you guys. I'm sure we're going to get some beautiful action. These mini main events, these sort of 250s to 550s, always bring out some very fun characters. You're always going to get some good stuff coming on to these feature tables. Our blinds are 40k, 80k, meaning that we are going to get some action here. Our short stack only having 6 big blinds, and our chip leader at the table with 58 big blinds. Day 2, and a dream for lots of these players. Can we see some spin-ups? Will we see the big stacks just going ham? You never know whenever you settle into these circuit events, but it's something that we're going to find out over the next few hours. Just a reminder for everyone here, my name is Pred Poker. I'm sure my voice is not known to many of you. I do stream here on Twitch, and I play poker full time. That's my credentials. Not many, but it's here, it's some. Alright, looks like we're going to get dealt into our first hand of the evening. As the players smiles, well settled in. Looks like a little bit of confusion there, just making sure that I think they put their cards over the card covers. And here we have some audio coming in. Look at all those serious people. Serious ideals. More than ready for a little bit of action. You see the all-in with the Jack-10 from Yuri, and of course our table chip leader, Ace-King, is not going to be folding here, just getting a count, making sure that they don't feel like they're going to do anything too out of line, maybe trying to convince some people behind that he's got a bit of a tougher decision, force a worse hand to come over the top. And there you go, there's the move all in for 58 big blinds from Safwayne Barry. Pretty standard folds here. Round to the big blind. And they're of course going to fold the 9-6 with their 11 big blinds. Alright, cards in their backs. Jack-10 not in the worst shape here. As you guys can see, 35%. He's not going to be too happy when he sees his king, but it's definitely not the worst case scenario. 1.2 million chips in this first hand of the evening for everybody. And it's a very good flop for the Ace-King. Not much of a sweat left for the Jack-10, especially when you see those two clubs. Going to a turn card. And that is dead. Jack-10 is gone. GG to Safwayne Barry, or sorry, to Yuri Akulenka. Doesn't waste any time. Jack on the river for the bit of the needle. And our chip leader getting more chips. You always see these kind of guys, you know, once they've got that stack, they're going to be able to use it. They're going to get a little bit more stack utility out of having those chips to play with. Able to take maybe a couple of more marginal spots. No one at this table can threaten his tournament life. Alright, and it looks like we're only playing 6-handed at this table for the moment. But we are going to move into our next hand. King 3 of diamonds, not going to be your standard open here. Off of 67 big blinds. He does let it go. King Queen going to be a very standard open here from Axel Juncker. And aces. 29 big blinds on the button. Could definitely see some calling here from Andy. Really, all three options of calling, 3-betting, and jamming open to him. I wouldn't really advocate for going all in. Not with the premium hand with aces. Going to want to be able to get hands with a lot less equity to come along. 3-bet, of course, not going to be particularly out of line. And it looks like he's going to go for the non-all-in sizing. Making it 550,000 chips. King Queen offsuit here. Opening from the hijack, getting 3-bet from the button. It's going to perform reasonably well to play post-flop. But these offsuit hands not performing as well as King Queen's suited. But Axel definitely could be finding himself a nice little call here. And it looks like he's just going to take the slightly lower variance option. Fold that one pre-flop. Aces, maybe regretting they didn't slow play that one, just calling on the button. Maybe trying to induce a squeeze from the big blinds, knowing that there's a lot of short stacks left in this tournament. Hope everybody is doing well. Good to see some people in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. Just in case you guys didn't know, you can go to King's Casino livestream on YouTube to find the coverage if you're on Twitch. And vice versa, if you're ever on YouTube and want to hop over and join the conversation on Twitch, Poker Room Kings is the channel. You guys will be able to interact with fellow viewers, fellow poker enthusiasts. And we're going to see an open here from the Ace-5 off. 35 big blinds for Lasso. Cut off, going to fold. Looking at these stack sizes here, a couple of reshove stacks would make me a little bit less inclined to open this Ace-5 offsuit, but having the Ace blocker definitely better than opening a hand like Queen 10 off or something in this position from the hijack. And Cassandra going to have to fold that Queen 3 off. They only have 6 big blinds though. Definitely a spot that's gonna be, you're really gonna want to defend the vast majority of your range. I honestly think that Queen 3 should be calling a min raise from the hijack. So much of your stack is already in the middle. Making a pair is going to be really strong off your stack depth. You've also posted the big blind ante. Never easy when you're playing those sub 10 big blind stack sizes. And there, once again, is our table chip leader playing a stack of over 60 big blinds. He is currently in the big blind, and Axel Juncker going to get rid of the 10-5. Lasso definitely not going to get too out of line here. 34 big blinds for Do Frenzy. He knows there's a 10 big blind stack on his left and a 6 big blind stack on his left. May elect to fold this one, and I do think that's the correct decision. I prefer that fold with the Jack 10. 10 big blinds, folding from the cutoff with Ace 2. Definitely a hand they could have open shove for 10 big blinds. Only needing to get through the button, the small blind. Only having 5 big blinds means that your Ace 2 is going to be very strong. And again, we do see a slightly tighter fold off one of those short stacks, not wanting to bust on day 2 of this mini main event. And a walk for 68 big blind stack there. Safway and Barry, our table chip leader, with a beautiful hand. Queen 9 of diamonds. Would have liked to have seen a flop, I'm sure. We have Stefan Peters in YouTube saying, "Let's go, Axel." Our player that you can see on the screen there, as far as I'm aware. Sitting with the cap and moving himself into the big blind. Having the table chip daddy on his right, not going to be his favourite position in the world. But there's definitely worse. A couple of short stacks on this table means some action probably going to come around for you guys shortly. And a very standard open here from King Queen under the gun for Lasso. And Addy Defrenzy not going to be able to flat here with the ace-8 suited. Not with the reshove stacks behind. I would be surprised. He does make a nice disciplined fold. Queen Jack, 10 big blinds. Very quick folds. Round 2, our shortest stack on the button. Sandra not going to be able to do anything with the Jack 4 offsuit. Is the audio all good, chat? Hope you guys can hear me loud and clear. If you can't, just let me know if anything sounds a bit crackly. And if you can't hear me at all, that would definitely be something that's not too amazing. Sounds okay. Beautiful. Thank you. Things that we absolutely love to hear. Hello Octavian in the YouTube chat. I hope you're having a good day today. Thank you for the audio confirmation. Anybody been playing any live poker in this new year, 2023? Lots of big events coming up over the course of this year, of course. Plenty of events for people to get involved into. Pocket threes and the hijack going to be a very clean open for Saffron off of his 50 big blind stack. Cassandra, 5 big blinds, wanting the spin, not going to do it with 10-2 offsuit. Axel Juncker moving himself out of the way and Sold making the correct fold with the Jack 5 offsuit. Not too much collision going on just yet. First hand we did lose a player. Can't want it all the time, even if you know. It does make it exciting. Only 95 players remaining from this field of over 3,500 runners. There is no wonder these short stacks do not want to leave this table. They do not want to bust this tournament, knowing that they're that close to a final table. Hear people chatting in the background on the table. And 10 big blind stack, folding the King 10 suited under the gun there. Definitely again a hand that they could go all in with. They could also just raise non all in. They could also just make it 2 big blinds with the King 10 suited. I think that might be a little bit on the tight side. We have seen them make a few tight folds so far. And look at that, 112,000 euros for first place. And not just that, but also a 10k World Series of Poker Europe ticket. If you place in the top 4 of this tournament, there is so much added value, such a huge prize pool. I myself am just back, as of mere hours ago, from a poker festival in Galway in Ireland on the west coast. Had a lovely time, first live poker of the new year. Always nice to get a little bit of practice in. And a correction, first to 6 actually get that 10k World Series of Poker Europe tickets. That's pretty sick. We can see Apocalypse in the chat saying that's genuinely 112k for first place from a 250 euro tournament. That is absurd amounts of money. The value is just insane. And look at these guys. They're all dreaming of it. They're imagining, what's the car? What's my partner going to think? Who's going to want the fancy dinner? Nothing like that coveted six-figure score for something as low of £250,000, or euros I should say. And there we go. Some new friendly faces arriving. Cassandra letting it go from 5 big blinds, not seeing what they folded. AC Milan, 35 big blinds. Playing in early position with the 10-8 suited. Not unreasonable to open, but with the short stacks, you may not want to get involved with the lower end of your range. He does look like he was considering it, but almost a bit of a live tell when the players don't sort of immediately go for chips. They look around, they start looking at the stacks, they look a bit agitated, a little bit fiddly. But of course, 67 big blinds here. Safway and Barry not going to get rid of the King-Jack offsuit, and rightly so. Axel Junker, 46 big blinds. Would like to see a call here with the pocket nines. Definitely could mix in a 3-bet every now and again. It looks like we are going to go heads up to a flop. Hijack versus cutoff. 3-4-5. Two-tone, all red cards. Nines feeling pretty happy about this. And I do like that check from Safway and Barry. Going to be checking a lot of his range on this board, especially when you're playing hijack versus cutoff. 40 to 50 big blinds effective. I would like to see Axel put in a reasonably large bet here, anywhere half pot or north. And does elect to go for that just shy of half pot sizing and takes it down. Gonna be happy that he's won that one. Lovely looking chips as well. I love that green and red contrast. It's nice and easy for the players when you have those sharp contrasting chips, trying to work out bet sizes, trying to work out the stack sizes of your opponents. We are going to move around to close to our 10th hand of the evening. And Cassandra, 5 big blinds, early position. Looks like they are going to be moving all in. I would be surprised if we don't see it. Don't really, maybe they're looking for a pay jump. Maybe they're wondering, is there a pay jump at 92? Can I realistically fold this? But when you have 5 big blinds, there's only one option. It's going to be all in or fold. And there must be a pay jump here in the field. It's Cassandra tanking. And there we go. It drops to 92. Cassandra moves all in with an unknown hand. So we're going to be sweating here with Cassandra. 5 big blinds. Going to be hard to get this one through. Shoving from early position. Especially with the big blinds. We'll be getting a nice price. But it quickly folds round to the button. Not going to be calling the Jack-8 offsuit. Sevens, a very easy reshove. Wow, it's kings for Cassandra. Wow, but Raji not going to get away from these pocket sevens. Big blind, quick fold, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Yeah, he flips his cards over in disgust. Have to feel for him. Seven's great spot when a 5 big blind stack shoves. Going to be dominating a lot of their hands, a lot of their weak offsuit ace-x, their lower pocket pairs. You're going to be flipping versus a lot of hands as well. Not ideal for Raji from France. He's going to be wondering, is it always coming 7? Oh, it is. The 7 is always coming. Cassandra going to be feeling sick on that flop. 90 players left in the mini main event. Boats up. But no joy on the river. Gives the fist bumps. Nice and friendly. I like to see that. Good sportsmanship is always welcome in the game of poker. And the big stack gets lucky. Pocket 7s. Always coming 7. Bit of a cooler. Pretty unlucky there for the kings. Ah, cheeky smile. The 7 is always coming. And just like that, we lose our second player of this feature table. Action coming in thick and fast. Lots of short stacks. It's always fun. You kind of want two extremes. You know, you like deep stacked play, or you like to see these white hot all-in moments. Whenever you've got this sort of 30, 40 big blind stacks, people may be playing a little bit cautious. It's nice to get both ends of the spectrum, but personally, it's nice seeing these all-ins. It's nice seeing the emotion from players. And then, you know, big deep stack bluffs, people putting in the work, putting people under pressure. Something that, personally, I always find is one of the greatest parts of poker. Especially when you get to be the viewer, you get to see the cards up, you get to see how these players are playing, especially when you've got those big names. And Axel Juncker, 7-3 suited, opening from early position and taking it down. My man is here to take bodies. He is not here to sit around and wait for hands. Currently 10-10 here in Ireland. I myself live in Belfast, but was down in Galway over the last weekend for a little poker festival. Late night poker, something that many people enjoy watching home from work, stick the feet up, watch those under the gun players open those pocket queens. I would like to see a fold here from the ace-jack off, or just a 3-bet fold. Make it, you know, 5 big blinds, 5.5 big blinds and fold to the 4-bet, but we do just see the disciplined fold. Was that King Queen folding in the cutoff? Definitely on the tighter side if that is the case. Didn't actually see who that was who folded the King Queen. And 8-9 suited going to be going nowhere here for AC Milan. And it looks like we're going to be going post-flop. As you can see, 8-9 suited, 26% against the pocket queens. Lovely little 1-on-4 chance of winning this pot. And let's see the flop. Almost 500,000 chips in the middle. 86 players remaining out of these 3,500 runners. Top set on a relatively dry board here for Barry. If you're ever going to check here, top set's not awful to check back knowing that it's going to be hard for your opponent to have hit anything, and that is a very spicy turn. The gut shot to the straight flush for AC Milan. And not a bad turn at all to lead for his range, facing a check back from early position. And we do see the lead. I do like this. Half pot's pretty good. Does decide to go big, decides to go pot, and Barry, even in this turn, doesn't look amazing. Gonna be feeling pretty good about his hand. Checking back top set, massively under-repping this hand. I doubt we'll see a raise. I would expect to see just a call after he checks back the flop. His range is pretty capped. Four pairs on the river, and that's an amazing sight to see for Barry. Knowing AC Milan has, 6-3 suited, 5-6 off, 5-6 suited. Knows he's going to be able to get max value from those hands, but the question is, does AC Milan continue when the board pairs? A lot misses. Does he decide to turn his hand into a bluff? And it looks like he's going to. It's obviously not going to work here. But I think if I was in AC Milan shoes, I would much rather have a 7 in my hand here. A 7 in my hand, a 4 in my hand. If I was going to be turning this combination into a bluff. And we're going to be seeing the all-in from Barry. He's going to be up to over 6.5 million chips. What a spot. What a spot. And there you go, the all-in AC Milan. Knows he's been caught. I like that. Doesn't waste any time. Just folds his hand. I hate it whenever you see people Hollywooding there. They're like, no, I don't like it. I guess I'm gonna, hero fold. Whenever they don't actually have anything. Good to see. I like that. He's just moved up, in my opinion, of players at this table. Nice fast fold, wasting no time for the other players at the table. Moves himself down to sub 20 big blinds, and the rich get richer. Our table chip daddy, stacking them high. Junker not going to be opening the 10-7. Folds its way round to the blinds. And AC Milan, 18 big blinds. You can call here, you can jam. You can also just raise call the pocket fours. You can limp jam. Lots of different things you can do here with the fours. Queen Jack offsuit. Playing 20 big blinds effective, in position. Not a bad hand to check back with. Keep in those dominated Queen X, the dominated Jack X that you're going to be able to get max value from. And a beautiful flop for AC Milan. Flops a set, and with 2 overcards and the Jack of Clubs with 3 to a straight, Barry is not going to be going anywhere. Does elect to make the call. Definitely something that he should be doing. Ooh, that is going to spell danger in a blind v blind pot. AC Milan licking his lips. Barry certainly thinking that he has the best hand now on that turn card, when in reality he is dead. And we see a pot-sized bet, almost an overbet here from AC Milan, setting up for that river shove. Doesn't need to size this big on the turn, it's going to work this time. He can go 3/4 and still shove river. Just checking to make sure, do I actually have a set? Do I actually have 4s? Barry, I mean, if I'm in this position, what do? You faced bet, you have top pair. You do have a club in your hand. Do you just call? Or do you move effectively all in? And he does find the call, nice and disciplined here. Wondering if AC Milan is going to find many bluffs in this spot. He has just seen him bluff the last hand. I guess he's wondering, will he really go for it again? The river not changing too much on this board. It's not a great river card for Barry because flush draws miss. Of course 5-6, ace-5 get there, but you've also got a lot of hands that are around the 10. And I would be surprised. Yeah, it is a standard call. Not going to be very happy about that turn card. And AC Milan gets his chips back all the way up to 38 big blinds. He's going to be feeling pretty good. Runs a bluff, doesn't work out. Had the goal to do it, and he just gives him a wee bump. Probably saying similar to what I'm saying now. Want my chips back. Rewarded for attempting the bluff. Definitely unlucky for our table chip leader. Just a bit of a cooler seeing that jack on the turn. But that hand played itself. Nothing either player could do to basically not get all those chips into the middle. There's just something so nice about seeing players at the tables having a great time, dreaming of 6 figures. Even people, you know, down at their local poker club, playing, you know, those €10, €50 buy-ins. Everybody dreams of a final table. Everybody dreams of a deep run. You're on day 1, your focus is making day 2. You're on day 2, you want to get that cash, you want to get in the money. You want to work your way down, either to the final table, depending on the tournament, or towards that day 3 goal. These big fields, always going to be high variance. Just makes making that final table that little bit sweeter. This one's going to fold its way around to middle position, unless... Are we getting a little bit of spice from... Oh, okay, I didn't think so. Jack 10 suited opening from +3, very standard, 50 big blind stack for Robert Safran, over 4 million chips. Folding its way around to the button, Queen 7 suited, AC Milan. Would be a little bit out of line there. Barry, small blind, gonna let this one go with the Ace 7 off. I'd be very surprised if he tried to get tricky here. And a raise and take it. I can see a lot of people in the chats massively supporting Lasso. Obviously a popular player. Anybody else got any favorites? Anybody else supporting anyone on this feature table? I always enjoy seeing people coming in, reeling their friends, their buddies, Or maybe even their idols. You never know. Streamers, personalities, professionals. Pocket 2, 16 big blinds. Disciplined fold. I like it. I like it a lot. New player at the table is Jack. Gonna see them for the first time here with 16 big blinds. Muzz does decide to go for the open. I do like that. Much prefer it to the 16 big blind open jam. And it folds its way around to the button. Gonna work its way around to the blinds. Axel removing himself from this hand. An 8-5 suited going to be coming along. Whoa, bit of a tight fold there from Zolt Lasso. 8-5 suited, gonna have enough equity versus the vast majority of Muzz's opening range. Pretty easy spot to be able to play a hand like 8-5 suited from the blinds. I like Iron Maiden if that's a pick. I agree. And look at those stack sizes. We lose a 10 and a 5 big blind stack size from earlier. Now our shortest stack is Raji, 16 big blinds, closely followed by Muzz, who just got it through with the Ace Jack. And our start of day and current table chip daddy, Barry Safwian. Safwian Barry, sorry. Just shy of 5 million chips. He did peak at 6.5 million. Had chips but then lost them back. It's just something that little bit extra special whenever you get these big fields, small buy-ins. You never know where these guys could have come from. And Muzz, if it worked once, it can work twice. Ace Jack offsuit, gonna open it from early position. Pocket 8s for AC Milan. Pretty awkward spot versus the 18 big blind stack size open. Flatting induces 3-bet shoves. 3-bet calling doesn't feel amazing. Calling in position, I mean, it's fine. Folding would be on the tighter side. Awkward spot for the pocket 8s. Would expect to see a call the most of the time. But are those raising chips gonna go for the 3-bet call? No, just a call. Barry though, Queen Jack suited. Not an unreasonable hand to come along with if he knows that this table is out of line. If he knows, or not out of line, sorry, if he knows this table aren't going to be 3-betting particularly often. Can also be used as a squeeze. But you would prefer sort of King 10, Ace 10, Ace 5 suited as your squeezes, blocking the top of the range. But I think we're seeing the squeeze anyway. And we do. Nice squeeze. And that's what I was saying. Flatting the 8s there. Gonna be tough. You're gonna induce squeezes, especially from competent players. You're gonna be on your left. And I do like this from Safwian Barry. It's not gonna be too easy to 3-bet the Queen Jack suited every time here. And Muzz just gonna have to fold the Ace Jack unless he thinks that Barry's getting out of line. Maybe they have history. Maybe they've played against each other before. Something that I'm not aware of. But Ace Jack, in my opinion, a pretty comfortable fold in this spot after opening off 18 big blinds. Even a hand like Ace Queen offsuit is never going to be performing too well here. And we do just see the all-in. I don't know how I like this. And we see the call for 18 big blinds. That is on the lighter side. I was expecting Queen Jack suited to be a 3-bet fold. But maybe Muzz has history. Maybe he knows. Barry's going to be calling Queen Jack suited. He's going to be 3-bet calling these kinds of hands. He's going to be using these as squeezes. And this is absolute poker, ladies and gentlemen. A Jack helping neither player. Running spades for a chop. A couple of chop opportunities. 10 brings extra outs for Barry. queen the cleanest of them all, but that is dead on the turn, and a very questionable call-off, I think, from the queen jack suited. I don't think the ace jack should particularly be all in often there, facing the flat and the squeeze. The flat's range isn't capped. The squeeze, especially when you're opening off a short stack in early position, makes the squeeze less likely to be those bluffy type hands, those hands like queen jack suited, trying to fold out sort of king queen off, potentially even ace queen off. But maybe I'm wrong. Moves ace jack, finding the job, getting it done. And that's a happy man pulling those chips towards himself. A big double up and a change in table chip leader. Definitely something that you're going to see more of. You're going to see less theoretical plays in these 250s, 550s, sometimes even 1Ks when you're playing live. Yeah, the ace-jack offsuit apparently off 20 big blinds, more likely to play as a call than an all-in. Ace-queen preferring it, ace-king of course. Your pocket pairs not folding. But I was correct in thinking the 8s shouldn't really be flatting too often versus the 20 big blind open. General theory, not actually giving that player much of a calling range at all, just playing a 3-better fold. Jack 8 would be a little bit out of line to open here. Does find the fold. Ace 4 suited. Lovely little looking hand from early position. Ace 4 suited, Ace 5 suited, gonna come in more than sort of the Ace 2 and the Ace 3. Junker looks like he's gonna look to play the 7-5 suited. My man is here to play some street poker. He does not care about your GTO. He does not care about your theory. Just because the robot wouldn't call 7-5 suited doesn't mean he won't. Hearts could be disastrous. 10-8 off. Getting a pretty good price here. Would expect to see it come along. The only issue being the hijack could be calling 9-10 suited, King 10 suited, Ace 10 suited, Jack 10 suited versus the early position open. But I do think that calling the 10-8 here from the big blind is very reasonable. Going off to a flop. Barry still has the best of it. King 6-4 rainbow. Pretty reasonable board for him to c-bet. You're going to do a lot of checking in multi-way pots, especially when a player close to your direct left flats. But a board like King 6-4, very good for his range. And it does look like we're going to see a continuation bet, but Axel. Open ender, no backdoor flush draw. An overcard to second pair. Unlikely to be going anywhere once he's called this hand pre-flop. Looks like he puts in some call and chips, and the 10-8, rightfully so, getting out of the way. Lots of outs for Axel. A very disguised hand. Barry likely to slow down on a lot of turns. And Axel just drilling the nuts with the 5-7 suited. My man knew something was coming. The only thing is, I don't think he's going to get many more chips out of Safway and Barry. Barry is going to check. Axel's going to go, sick. I'm getting all the money here. I just drilled the nuts. I have 5-7 suited. And I'm going to put in some money. I would like to see somewhere in the midst of a 3/4 pot bet. Setting up for that river shove. 80% would be a reasonable sizing. You're going to be pretty polarized in this spot anyway. Instead, he goes small. He goes 3 big blinds on the turn. Not a massive fan of this sizing. Your range is very polar. You've just called versus an early position open. You've also just you've flatted on king 6-4. A lot of your range not going to be continuing on this flop. Barry, rightly so, just quick fold. I think Axel, a bit of a misplay on the turn there. I think you're going to want to go big. You have to think of when your early position opponent slows down on a board that's still pretty reasonable for their range. They have aces, all the best, king X. Pocket kings, they have sets. You're going to want to try and charge those hands. Especially when you're playing hands like 7-5 suited. You're going to want to get max value when you get there, because you're not going to win too often flatting a hand like 7-5 suited from the hijack versus an early position open. So you're going to want to get that maximum value. You're going to want to get some chips in the pot. That, or as we can see, a check from Bird in the chat. He was saying, check please. The check, maybe inducing some more action from the early position player. And then playing your hand as either a 2-bet versus an early position bet. Or you could just overbet the river. Just go, you know what? You've incredibly capped your range by going check, check. I'm going to go huge. Try and get called. Ace 10 suited. Going to be a very standard open from our Iron Maiden fan. Andy Dufrenzy. I wonder how you pronounce that in German. Andy Dufrense. Fresne. Never good at accents. We'll stick with Andy. Andy, opening ace 10. 5's going to be all in here. I would be very shocked to not see this move into the middle. And then I would also be very shocked to not see ace 10 call. Whoa! So it looks like Raji does not like... Well, I don't really know what to say. He's made a lot of tight folds on this feature table so far. Those 5's definitely should be getting in the middle. No doubt about it. King 7 though. Nice standard defend versus the min open from the cutoff when you're playing the big blind. And very easy to play when the flop comes ace jack 8. I would like to see a bet in the region of 120k. 120, 130k. Nothing larger than 150k on a board like ace jack 8. Especially when you've opened cutoff versus big blind. And quite a large sizing, 225 from Andy. Not a sizing that I would choose in a spot like that. Able to bet your entire range there, and when you're betting your entire range, you're going to want to be sizing down. You're going to want to size up on boards that have a little bit more equity for both players. An example could be like 10-8-5, where you're going to size up. Keep those sizings small when you have that range advantage. When you're betting your entire range, sizing up and then adding in some checks on boards that benefit both you and your opponent's range. AC Milan, Ace Queen, going to be opening it here. Not a bad hand to see off 28 big blinds. And it's going to fold its way around to the later position players. All the way around to the cutoff. Ace-6 off. Raji going to be doing nothing there. King-4 suited. Robert Safran should be going into the muck, but maybe he's going to get a little bit spicy. Does he want to use this as a pretty freaky 3-bet? Is he going to call? He's going to flat call the King-4 suited here. Versus the under the gun open. Small blind. Ace-10 off. Disciplined fold. Big blind. 34 bigs. 8-5 offsuit. Coming along for the journey. A little bit of multi-way action here for you folks. Ace Queen, not even with the best of it. The King-4 suited. But on this flop, it is the big blind that is rewarded. Second pair. Sorry, correction. Bottom 2. For Dragos. Would expect to see this check through. King-4 suited would be particularly loose bet multi-way here. You're betting into an uncapped under the gun range. They're going to do a lot of checking on Jack 8-5 versus these positions. Going to be playing a lot of check raises. Also some check calls. And we are on a pay jump. All players currently locked up. Just over €1,000. Pay jump from 1.2 to 1.4. Almost a buy-in. And Robert Safran gonna have to fold the King-4 of hearts here. Betting with no equity. I guess he does have a slight range advantage on this board. But if you're betting King-4 of hearts here, it means you're probably betting your entire range. I don't think you get to bet your entire range in a spot like this. You're going to want to bet your clubs. Going to want to bet some combo draws. Going to want to protect, you know, your ace-jacks, your 5s and your 8s. But I think you're going to play a pretty reasonable amount of checking in a multi-way pot like this. I think it's a little bit different if it's heads up versus the big blinds, but that under the gun range, I would say on this Jack 8-5, going to be playing essentially a pure checking strategy for the most part. I would be surprised. Yeah, under the gun, going to be checking over half the time in a spot like that. And the button should also be checking half the time. King-4 suited correctly a little bit on the light side. Probably going to start to see it come in. Flatting at King-7 suited, maybe King-8 suited. If you're confident that you're better than the rest of the field, you can even maybe call some King-6 suited there on the button versus the under the gun open. And the man of the hour, Axel Juncker, he is not scared to play pots. Sixes though, a very reasonable open from early position. We saw a disciplined fold there on the button with the Queen Jack offsuit. Could be mixing in some folds and some calls there. But primarily going to be folding the Queen Jack off on the button. It's rightly so, very nice fold from that gentleman. Commentator seems like he understands the game. It is I am Pred Poker. I've been playing poker full time for the last 3 years. It is actually my birthday in under 2 hours. January the 9th will be my 25th birthday. I'm a sponsored player. I play for Paddy Parr. And it's a pleasure being able to commentate this for you. It's my first time commentating for Kings. Hope you guys are enjoying the commentary. You can always let me know if you enjoy this sort of analytical poker commentary. If you like a little bit more laid backness, just chatting. You guys can let me know, but I'm happy to continually sort of provide general analysis. I know live poker is very different to a lot of the online streets. A lot of adjustments going to be made by a lot of different players. But I'll do my best to keep you guys updated with generally what people are up to. Whether or not it's usually what you see. Especially if you're going to be moving up in stakes after you win this tournament for over 112,000 euros for a 250 euro buy-in. The pleasure is all mine. And we're going to be moving into our next hand. Already lost 2 players here at our feature table. 70 players left in the field. We did hit that pay jump. All players now locked up. 1.4 thousand euros from a 250 euro buy-in. Folds round to the button. Not going to be defending the Jack-8 offsuit versus Muzz, opening that ace-queen from the hijack. And Barry, 7s in the small blind. This is absolutely a spot that you could just 3-bet shove. You can also play it as a flat call. A tricky spot for sure. But I would like to see the shove from 7s, and we do. That's a very nice all-in from Barry. And Muzz going to be taking the flip, and Barry, our start of day table chip daddy. All in, not quite at risk, but he will be left with 2 big blinds if he folds. Muzz, he's doing the stand-up, the additional stand-up equity. We can see he only has 40% here, usually closer to a flip. What have you got for us? You've got a queen on the flop. That's stand-up equity coming in clutch. Barry needs the 7. We've seen it once today. Is it always coming 7, or is our chip daddy going to be down to pennies? Always sweat! Oh, it's the 7 on the river! Oh no, Muzz is gone. It is always coming 7. That is twice today. 7s cracked pocket kings earlier. 7s winning the flip versus ace queen. After the queen comes on the flop, it is always coming 7. Oh my days. And not even a smile. Stoic as always from our former, and I think back to table chip daddy. Wow, Muzz. That is a heartbreaking river card. 2-outed on the river. But is it really a 2-outer when it's always coming 7? And he is covered. He's going to get shown the bad news. We knew it was close. Oh, what a disgusting river card. Wow. Muzz eliminated in 69th place, getting the commiseration prize of 1,411 euros. What a crazy river. And there we go. Back to table chip daddy. He's still shy of his peak of 6.5 mil. But Saf Wayne Barry all the way up there. Our tighter player, Najib Raji. Najib Raji. 10 big blinds. He's been on the tighter side. He's passed on a couple of spots that the majority of players would take. And a couple of nice middling stacks. Dragos Cat... Oh, that's a hard surname. Dragos Katrinoyu. I hope I didn't just butcher this guy's name. Welcome to the table, 43 big blinds. 40 big blind stack on Robert Safran, Andy Dufresne. 28 bigs. Chilling out. Andre Yakovlev says in the YouTube comments, finally good commentary with understanding of modern poker and not ideas and vision from the late 90s. Thanks, man. I hope I'm bringing some refreshing and new coverage to you guys. It is the first time I have commentated here on Kings. I did my first commentary gig ever. Only, I think it was maybe 2 months ago, 3 months ago. It was around Halloween for the International Poker Open in Dublin. I myself am from Ireland. I live in Belfast. And I've been playing poker full time for the last 3 years. And as of today, I'm fresh off some live poker myself. I was playing down in Galway over the last few days. Barry, 8-6 off, a little bit on the looser side, but he's the chip daddy. Does what he wants. Eight 7 off, definitely gonna come in, but 8-6 off, just a wee bit lighter. And Axel, we know this man plays poker. We know he's here to game. We see the 3-bet. We see him take it down. 420,000 chips. Slid his way. My man is here to play poker. I love that. I love having someone on the feature table. They're not scared to play. It may not be theory. It may not necessarily be correct. Or at least correct in solver land. But he is here to play and he is being rewarded. Alright, folding its way through the early positions. King 2 suited, not going to be opened by Dragos. Pretty sick name, Dragos. I like that. Dragos. AC Milan. Ace 9 in the hijack, 24 big blinds. Pretty reasonable spot. Try and take this one down pre-flop. Puts in the min raise, 200,000 chips. 67 players remaining. Andy makes the correct... Oh, should make the correct defend here with Jack 5 suited. He's played pretty well. He's played solid. I'd be surprised to see Andy fold this one. And that is a call and chip. I like those white chips. 100k white chips. Very nice looking. Let's go to a flop. King 8-9 monotone. All clubs. AC Milan second pair. Andy. Nothing. Surprised to see a check back from AC Milan. Definitely a board that he's going to want to be c-betting quite a lot. Sets. Flopped flushes. The works. Straight draws with a club. Instead, decides to bet the turn when his hand is devalued. But we know Andy's going only one place. And it's his 2 cards into the muck. Is Axel wearing a grey hoodie? Axel has the cap with the big A, I think. I'm pretty sure. I think he's wearing a red hoodie. But yeah, you expect to see it bet. Especially from the ace-9 off. And with the vast majority of the range there. There is a little bit of checking. coming in on that King 9-8 monotone apparently. And it's mainly coming in from bottom pairs, but the 9, gonna be strong, get a bit of value from single club hands, some straight draws, some worse 9s when you've got the best kicker, yada yada yada. You get the drift. Queen Jack suited. Gone. Axel, 9s. 40 bigs effective. Can definitely play this as a 3-bet. It looks like he's going to. He does. Axel, definitely preferring to take the slightly more aggressive lines. Definitely not something that's particularly out of line. But pocket nine's definitely going to be played as a call the vast majority of the time here. Dragos going nowhere. I think this is a little bit loose from Dragos. I think ace 10. Right at the bottom of your offsuit ace-x range here from early position off of 40 big blinds. I think that ace 10 should probably be folding to this 3-bet unless he himself has history with young Axel. Knows Axel likes to play aggressive, likes to use some more interesting hands. Yeah, Axel in this red hoodie, as I thought earlier. And Axel is reaching for a lot of chips. It looks like he's going half pot here on this Jack 8-8. Going just over. Dragos realistically shouldn't really have been in this hand on the flop. I would be very surprised to see him do anything other than fold. Axel, street poker getting it done. 3-betting the 9s, c-betting big on Jack 8-8. Getting the job done. And there are your stack sizes. Axel Junker, the new daddy of the table, and I think he is going to be going big. I think this man is here to play poker. 61 big blinds, closely followed by our former chip leader at this table, Barry. Jack 6 suited, Barry getting a little bit out of line here. Off of his 60 big blinds. And Axel, may the aggression continue. Oh, instead flats the 10s. Which I think is good. I think it's pretty standard here off 60 big blinds. Weird to see him 3-bet the 9s versus put a position open and then flat the 10s. But Axel's here to play some poker. Yeah, definitely a looser open with the Jack 6, but it works. Top pair, Axel, second pair. A few more chips likely to go in this pot, but I would like to see a check from Barry. If he is going to be opening Jack 6 suited, I'd be pretty confident. You should check it. Bottom of your range. Bottom of your Jack, your top pairs here. Pretty good to pot control with. Try and induce some bluffs. Also, for what it's worth, pretty reasonable board for the hijack. And the check call coming through Axel. I would like to see him check back. But he glances at his chips, which tells me he's going to put some more in the middle. Don't know how I feel about this. Guess he thinks he can get some value from 6s, 7s, 8s. Maybe some, you know, King, Queen of Hearts, floats. All those types of hands that he can just check back on the river. Maybe thinking that if he hits a 10, he can get it all from the likes of King, Queen. Barry unlikely to be folding and does make the call. This is a very, very large pot, ladies and gentlemen. Biggest pot that has not seen an all-in so far on this table. And the river, once again, favouring Barry, makes a better 2 pair. And there's the check back from the 10s. Expected to see it now. Axel shows the 10s. Shows he wasn't up to nothing, so to speak. Shows that, hey look, I have legitimate hands as well. I don't just 3-bet all everything. And the slightly loose open with the Jack-6 suited. Getting rewarded. Usually going to see people sort of come in there. Jack-8 suited, Jack-9 suited. Jack-6 pretty low down. But if he is aware that players on his left are playing a little bit passive, if he thinks people are a little bit scared, maybe he's going to be more likely to open hands a little bit further down his range. But if he knows Axel's not here to fold. He had 5-7 suited earlier in a similar position, so you're not really going to want to open hands like Jack-6 suited versus those types of ranges. At least I wouldn't think so. King Queen for AC Milan, 27 big blinds. Would like to see an open here. Fives for Barry, depending on the stacks behind, depending on the reshove stacks. May elect to set mine. I think folding is also a very reasonable option in this early position with the pocket 5s. But calling, you know, a small percentage of the time, not going to be unreasonable. But the issue with calling the 5s here is a perfect example has just been given to you. Players will have 6s, 7s, 8s. They may not elect to squeeze shove. And the possibility of getting set over setted increases rapidly. That's why those sort of low pocket pairs starting to be realized is not actually that good at set mining as former years would have led us to believe. And Raji, who has avoided a lot of spots earlier in the day, avoids another one even with over 7.5 big blinds dead in the middle. Hypothetically, if he shoved and got that through, it would have been more than a double. Lots of dead money with that King Jack. And 10-5 getting the price of the century. Has to think, am I getting the right price with 10-5 off? It does come along. AC Milan. I would like to see a check here. Like, he's going to be c-betting this board pretty reasonably, but you're 4 ways. You've got an early position flat. You've got second pair. You're either way ahead or way behind. And I do like that check from the King Queen. I don't like this bet that's incoming from the hijack. You usually see this at lower stakes. You see players think, well, I'm in position. It's check to me. People mustn't have anything. I'll flick a bet in. Not a massive fan of this bet from Zolt Lasso. King Queen, though, shouldn't really be going anywhere, but it is really hard when you're 4 ways, and it is going to work this time for the 6s. But he had the best hand. He had the best hand. Sorry, he didn't have the best hand. He had the best hand after King Queen folded. I guess, you know what? Who am I? Who am I to say don't bet the sixes there? I don't know. I don't think it's particularly good. I think you're going to be losing a lot more money than generating chips there in that spot. Maybe he just thinks that when the under the gun opener doesn't continue betting on that ace queen board, their range is capped, but better players who would, you know, regularly be firing live 1Ks, 2Ks, playing EPTs, would be checking a large proportion of their range on that board as well. Playing multi-way, 3 ways, and especially sort of, you know, 4 or 5 plus. You have to be very careful when choosing when and what sizings to bet. Because it doesn't make much sense for that, you know, 24 big blind stack to be betting from the cutoff. They shouldn't have aces, they shouldn't have queens. Ace queen should be all in as well. They basically just don't have the best hands on that board texture. So it's like, what are you representing when you're betting those sixes? Are you representing like ace 10, ace 9 suited, ace jack? You're going to want to bet those hands, but I don't know what you're supposed to sort of, you know, duplicate it with, or what you're supposed to come along with when you're in that multi-way spot. Like, you're going to be pretty polarized with your betting. So if you're betting as low down as sixes, a hand that does have, if minimal, a little bit of showdown value, could definitely be the best hand. Do you use sixes? Maybe you do. Multi-way spots, always going to be tricky. Pocket tens for Saffron. Very reasonable open. It's going to fold round to our second in chips. Actually, sorry, he is our chip leader once more in the big blind. And he has pocket sevens. Again, 40 big blinds effective. You could use sevens as a 3-bet shove. Calling also going to be pretty reasonable. More likely to use it as a shove, I think, versus the button. But using the sevens as a raise, as a shove, not going to be awful here. Of course, you're not folding. And we do see the sevens deciding to just call this time, but I wouldn't have minded seeing a little raise fold with the sevens in this spot. Gonna want to use hands like sevens, eights, nines. Then just use like non-all-in sizings with, you know, tens, jacks plus. Just call your twos, threes, fours, fives, sixes. But yeah, anywhere around 40 big blinds, I think that's going to be pretty reasonable. Robert Saffron, c-betting the tens here on queen 5-6. I would have liked to have seen a check from tens here though, especially with hearts and spades. You're going to see a pretty reasonable amount of checking here with like queens, your jacks, your tens. It's kind of that idea of like really far ahead, really far behind. You're going to be very unlikely to be able to double barrel on turn cards, and I actually really like this lead on the turn from the pocket sevens on the repeat six. The vast majority of 6x from the cutoff is going to be checking here, and that's even if they're opening as wide as like king 6 suited, queen 6 suited, jack 6 suited, sort of 6, 7, 8, 6 suited. And not surprised to see the river go check check. But a check with 10s there on the flop, I think would have been nice to see. Don't hate the c-bet though, but I do think checking sort of, you know, queens, jacks, 10s there is going to be very nice, because it means that, you know, you're not just going to be checking your 6x. You're not just going to be checking some sort of like ace jacks and ace 10 suiteds and stuff that don't really want to bet. Especially if, you know, you've got backdoor hearts or something. Now we're going to move on to our next hand. Hope everybody is enjoying the commentary. If you're watching on Twitch and for some reason Twitch is down, but you need to catch your World Series of Poker circuit action, you can find coverage also on YouTube. And vice versa to those on YouTube, if you ever find yourself in a stitch, twitch.tv/PokerRoomKings, always a good way. And Raji, please don't fold ace 10. Thank you. He's made a lot of tight folds. Missed a lot of spots to gather chips. But of course ace 10, very reasonable spot to go all in. AC Milan on the button. Shouldn't be calling the queen 10 suited here. Does make the disciplined fold. Barry should be folding the ace 5. Could call it in the big blind if you're there. But if these guys have been told by their friends how tight that Raji is playing, anyone on the rail, you know, they get up, whisper in their ear, yo, this dude's tight. This dude is not taking spots. It means you can avoid those marginal spots too. You can avoid giving them chips, keep them short. Call off when you believe it's going to be profitable. Is 7 off. Would be a little bit loose to open from Jordan, a new player at the table. He's 7 suited for our 6.7 million chip stack Barry. Gonna be very nice hand to open here on the button. Gonna be opening a large percentage of your range here, especially when you're playing sort of 50 big blinds effective versus the small blind. I think the big blind maybe has about 30 big blinds as well, if I remember correctly. Axel, small blind. This man likes to get a little bit spicy. And he has Jack 8 off, and he's considering something. I mean, if you're going to play it, probably play it as a 3-bet, but does fold, lasso, 25 big blinds, and pocket kings. Is he going to set the trap? Is he going to call? Is he going to go for a non-all-in 3-bet sizing? This is an interesting spot for sure. I would like to see a non-all-in 3-bet. I would like to see him make it sort of 600, 700k. Makes it 400k, makes it really small. Ace 7 suited, definitely getting the price here. I really don't think you can fold this, and Ari makes the correct call. Let's go to a flop. 32% of the time, the Ace 7 suited will win. I do like that not all in 3-bet sizing, but I think it's a little bit on the small side. It's kind of making your hand quite visible, quite face up. Six, 4, 2, rainbow. What would you do here, chat? What would you do? I don't think I'm checking, ever. Probably betting small. Betting 250k, maybe 200k. Fifth pot, quarter pot. With your pocket kings. His hands are shaking, my man. Has the adrenaline pumping through the veins. And he bets. Okay, 80k couldn't be correct. Sorry. Oh my days, he was 800k. Okay, my man is gaming. He wanted the chips and he wanted them now. 80% pot. I don't think I would particularly... I wouldn't say... I mean, well... I wouldn't take that sizing. I wouldn't take that sizing. You want to keep in hands that you just have crushed, and betting so big on what is relatively a pretty dry texture in a 3-bet pot. Would like to see the small sizing come out from the big blind, but he wins the hand. He gets some chips up over 30 big blinds. Raji, my man, all in with the ace king. There's only one way to do it, and it's putting those chips in the middle. Alright, do we see another knockout? Do we see a double up? Folds round to the button. Our man, Axel. What's he got? Here's 7. Let's it go. Rightly so. To the big blind. Lasso. Been very... Sorry. Lasso in the small blind. In the big blind was Andy Dufresne. I guess it would be Dufresne, right? Dufresne. Must be a fan. Must be a movie buff. Or just coincidentally has the same name. Alright, getting through the early position players. AC Milan, 9-7 suited. Should just let this one dip into the bin. Tips over. 10-3 off. Let it go. You don't need to hold up the game. You shouldn't be opening this hand, Axel. Come on, son. he's reaching for chips. Oh, he loves it. He lives for this game. 10-3 off. My man is playing poker. Queen 9 suited in the small blind. 18 big blinds for Andy Dufresne. If he knows he's getting up to it. But I wouldn't have minded to see a flat call. And Raji, not defending the 10-5 suited once more, showing that he is not the most experienced poker player. Definitely going to be defending that suited hand there off 10 big blinds. Any suited hand off 10 big blinds is going to be a defend. 7-2 suited, 9-2 suited. All of the above. You're going to want to see a flop versus that min-raise. And the Queen 9 suited definitely can come along. Definitely can see a little flop ski. And then for, 20 big blinds, just shove your Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack suited. All those bad boys. Axel, does he do it again? Not this time. Cut off, Queen 4 suited, 30 big blinds. Definitely could find an open there from Lasso if he was more comfortable playing post-flop. But it would be a little bit on the looser side depending on how you viewed this table. Ace 2, 18 big blinds. Andy should be coming in with the open. Does decide to make it 275,000. Round to the big blind. King 2 off. Playing 20 big blinds effective. Theoretically, this is going to be a call, but if you're going to want to trim off the fat, so to speak, you don't feel super comfortable playing versus this short stack, or with a hand like King 2 off, you could just let it go. And it looks like that is going to be the option that gets taken, especially when you're playing in ICM. You're 60 players left, a field of 3,500. Trimming off the fat, getting rid of the bottom of the offsuit ranges is always going to be something that you're going to look to do. So folding that King 2 offsuit, absolutely on the reasonable side of things. And our Iron Maiden fan, even with his short stack, been playing very reasonably solid. No faults, no mistakes as of yet. Seen some slightly more creative, slightly more aggressive play from some of our other members of the feature table. Big Andy, King Jack. Gonna make it 275 again, likely. Would be interesting to see if he just goes min now, though. There's 250, changing his sizing. 8 big blinds, ace 5. Not a bad spot to shove. Does fold. Ace 5 off. Gonna be going in the middle most of the time there. Big blind, Queen Jack. 25 bigs. What? Surely not. Surely not, Jordan. Come on. You can't be folding Queen Jack offsuit to a raise from someone who has 20 big blinds in the cutoff. Especially when you've got one whole big blind already in front of you. You've already placed one whole big blind. Just realised it's Andy Dufresne that's in the Shawshank films. Yeah, that's what I was saying. He was probably a movie buff. But I am incredibly surprised to see Queen Jack fold. I guess we've got two sides of the spectrum here. You've got people trying to have a nap in seat 4. You've got Axel, who's here to play poker. He's here to open hands. And then you've got players folding some pretty cookie cutter, some clear spots. Raji again wakes up with a monster. Ace King, gonna be all in from the cutoff, and also shoving from the later positions. Is gonna get called a little bit wider by some of these players. Big blind, nada, 4 deuce off. Moving our way round to the 40th hand of this stream. Thank you for the kind words, UniB1 fan, or UniB fan. Good to see you, man. What's up? How have you been? I like the Freudian slip of usually seeing you with the 1 in your name. What are the prizes? Well, 1st to 6th all receive a 10k World Series of Poker Europe ticket on top of the first place prize of 112,500 euros. Second, taking a bit of a dive into the pool, 62,000 euros. Working your way down through the final table at 43,000, 31, 25,000, 20,000, 15k, 10k. And a nice and rounded 8,250 for 9th place. Ace Jack, Axel, solid spot, cut off, Ace 9 suited. I would like to see Saffron come along here, playing 35 big blinds effective. Ace 9 suited. I guess you could probably actually use this as a 3-bet sometimes. Try and fold out some sort of Ace 10 off. Ace Jack off, maybe even Ace Queen off sometimes. We do see it. Pretty fun 3-bet from the Ace 9 suited here. I like it, I like it. Nice one, Robert. However, Axel doesn't usually like folding. So it'll be interesting to see what he does decide to do with the Ace Jack. And he show folds Ace Jack. And the Ace 9 suited is going to be very happy. Look at that smile. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Nice one, man. Would you be fun as Auntie Anne? Yeah, hey. I knew I had that tagged. I actually have that tagged on Paddy Par. My bad, Auntie Anne. Good to see you. Well played in the VIP game. And a lovely little 3-bet there with the Ace 9 suited. Ace Jack off. Apparently should be calling the vast majority of the time versus that 3-bet if you believe that they have those sort of 3-bet bluffs. But again, you know, removing the fat, removing the Ace Jack off. If I was in that spot, I would have also folded the Ace Jack off. If I was Axel. And Robert Saffron showing a little bit of class with that 3-bet with the Ace 9 suited. Things we love to see. And there are your chip counts. We have Raji on the tighter side, also the shortest stack at our table. 11 big blinds, 1.3 milli. And then all the way up to the towering heights of that chip stack, who is currently sitting in the big blind. Over 6.5 million chips. Once again, a big thank you to everyone who is currently watching on YouTube, on the King's Casino live stream, and also on Poker Room Kings on Twitch. We see a limp from Axel from under the gun with the King 9 suited. He does know how to mix up his game, that's for sure. And he will dig a tunnel right to the final table. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's the best one so far. It may be the only pun so far, but it's definitely the best one so far. Nice one, Bird. And Drago 6-7 offsuit. Enough is enough. He's also here to play some poker. This is both of this whole hand is blown out of the water. This is outside of theory. And 420 slides the way of Dragos. 29 big blinds for the man in blue. Six-seven offsuit. Baller. Absolute baller. How did the rest of the Irish Poker Festival treat you, Uni-B fan? I hope you had a lovely trip, and anyone else who may be listening who also met me in Galway. I came straight home from Galway all the way up to Belfast to have the pleasure of giving you guys this commentary on this fine Sunday evening. I expect a lot of you are probably on the online grind. If so, I hope you're all doing well. Giving yourself a little bit of side content, a little bit of action from the King's Resort, the World Series of Poker circuit event. The mini-main event, €250 buy-in as a reminder for anyone who is just joining us. And we have dipped below the 60 players mark. 59 remaining of 3,553. And ace-8 for AC Milan. Would like to see this man come in with a little bit of a raise. 240, 250k, whatever floats your boat. Makes it min. And round to Axel. King 8 offsuit. Very reasonable hand to defend here. Off of 20 big blinds effective. Not going to be going anywhere. Let's see a flop, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the compliment, NWolf99. I appreciate that. King, Jack, Jack. Top pair for Axel. And I would like to see a continuation from AC Milan, somewhere in the region of one big blind to just over 120k, 150k. That's what I would do. Let's see if he goes for it. That looks like 150. 125, there you go. Just over a big blind. I like it. Nice one, AC Milan. Nice sizing, my friend. King Jack flicks in, or sorry, King 8 off, flicks in the call as it should. And he drills the turn. AC Milan drilling the turn. Wouldn't mind a check back here with ace-8. But it looks like we do see the continuation bet. Ace-8 off would be one of the ace-X I would choose to check back here. You've sort of got your ace-2, ace-3, ace-4, ace-5, ace-6. You can check back as well, but I'd probably check back like the suited combinations. Especially the ones that contain hearts. And then maybe check back some sort of ace-8, ace-9 offsuit on this turn card. Just allow your opponent to stay in. And instead we see the click back from Axel, turning his second pair into a bluff versus AC Milan, and he gets it done. What a gangster. What a gangster. This is crazy, man. Oh, that's class. Realistically, King 8 off, facing the double barrel. Likely to be a fold. Class. Unreal. I would have... Class. I would have folded. I would have folded if I was Axel, but But instead, he clicks it. He goes, "Peh, whatever. I'm gonna get you." I don't really know what he's targeting. Like, is he targeting ace-x? Is he saying, like, I'm gonna get you to fold your ace-x that you're betting on the turn? Because if so, like, that is... it's definitely ballsy. it's definitely ballsy. Sick. Nice move, I guess. Gets the job done. Axel. The man with a plan. Saffron made that nice 3-bet earlier with the ace-9 suited. Gonna be opening this ace-king off. Nice and standard. Queen-jack suited. 24 big blinds. Awkward spot to navigate. Does decide to let it go. I think that's very reasonable. I think calling with the queen jack suited is probably the worst option of your three. You're either going to be folding, or you're going to be all in. Queen jack suited, king queen suited, ace king, ace queen. Just flicking it in the middle. You can sort of use some non-all-in sizings with like kings, ace king suited. Kind of hard to have 3 bets there though. Awkward. Tough. Clickback has to be minus EV there. Yeah, like I mean I wouldn't do it, but it was it worked. I mean, if he thought that he could turn his king into a bluff, then nice work. Like, I guess he just thought your man would fold, and your man did indeed fold. Hand 41. The players will be going on break at hand 45. And AC Milan. I would like to see the open shove from the hijack for 13 big blinds. You're going to want to use those offsuit combos as an all-in. You're going to rather raise your suited combos a little bit more sort of suited playability, post-flop playability. Your offsuit hands going to much prefer going all-in than your suited hands at the stack depths. I wonder if you even have a raise. I personally don't really have a limping strategy off like sub 15. But maybe it's a limp. Maybe you limp ace jack suited. I mean, I think ace jack off is like snap, snap, shove all the time. You're always all in. Junker getting it in with 9s, not unreasonable. AC Milan shouldn't fold. Junker's not going to fold. We're going to be flipping. Okay, I lied. AC Milan's going to call. Oh wait, no. Okay, never mind. He's all in. I was like, he's called? Oh, he almost flashed his cards before the guy had announced his call. But he can't fold after he's 3-betted. I don't really know why he paused. Should have just had chips in the middle faster than greased lightning. 9s, ace jack. We are off to the races. Axel, 30 big blinds. AC Milan at risk. And that adds just a few more outs for the young ace jack. And the ace jack or king is going to be good for AC Milan. Axel, it's always a sweat. Nine on the river. Bink for Axel. Trips, 3 of a kind. Ooh. Ooh. Ouch. Gets left hanging. The fist bump, not reciprocated. A little bit of a shrug, a little bit of a, oops, bit of an ouch. And Axel, the man who is here to play, stacks them high, and we lose another player. I think we're sort of down to the last 50 or so, if I remember correctly. Alright, moving on to, I think, the 42nd hand of this feature table. 57 players remaining. Average stack is 3 milli. That's a sort of 26, 27 big blind stack. And Dragos folding 5-6 suited. Gonna fold its way around to the button. By the looks of it, round to the blinds. Looks like we're going to see a raise coming in. Sorry. I think the positions are a little bit screwed up here. We actually see a raise from the small blind. There we go. Look at that. Graphics team. Best team. Oof. Tough spot with the Queen Jack. Playing 20 big blinds effective versus a raise. Versus the raise, I think I prefer just a call with Queen Jack offsuit. Wait. Oh, Zolt was on the button. Never mind. Yeah, Queen Jack off from the small blind. Definitely a spot I think you can pass on shoving, especially if you believe you have an edge on the field. Very certain you have min raises with 13. Less limping in ICM. Ace Jack off plays better as a jam though. Yeah, I agree for sure. Like Ace Jack definitely a jam. I agree. I don't have a limping strategy. I was wondering if there was, but yeah, I think definite min raising with like most of your suited ace X, and probably min raise like some of your like king 6, king 7, king 8 suited from that position, and then just fold to a jam. Lasso, pocket tens. Spraggy's magic hand. 30 big blinds. Very reasonable spot to flick in that min raise. Big blind. Shows the 5-2 off. Shows the tens.
Only aces.
Said only aces. I like it when the players interact with each other. A little bit of table talk is always good. If you guys are ever looking for table talk, table banter, people to chat to you while you're playing, I can recommend playing in Ireland. I don't think I've ever sat at a table where at least two people aren't going to chat with each other. It's very, very rare that you get a silent table. I guess it's, you know, it's a bit more common on sort of day 2s, super deep runs. But crack is usually had, and I do like that. I like seeing it here at the King's Resort as well, seeing some players chatting to each other. Bit of banter, showing some hands, not taking themselves too seriously. Of course everybody's here to win, everybody's here to play good poker. Everybody's here to impress their friends on the feature table. Ali Dufresne, 8-7 off from the cutoff, playing 20 big blinds. Makes the disciplined fold. 10-8 suited should be all in here for 8 big blinds, but we have seen Raji just decide that these spots aren't for him. But 10-8 suited, going to be a profitable shove there for sure off 8 big blinds from the button. Can probably even go as low as 10-7 suited, so it's not like you're at the worst of it. I like to see this complete with the Queen 6 suited, Queen 7 suited checking back, also very reasonable. Middle pair for Robert. Gets the job done. Jordan with the Queen 7 and the Queen of Spades. I think he could have done a little bit of floating. Definitely could have done a little bit of floating there. I likely would have floated. Ooh, hello, Barry. Pocket Kings under the gun, 50 big blinds. This man was our start of day chip leader, at least for this feature table. Axel, loosey goosey. He may not be eating a sandwich, but he is going to call Queen 10 off from +1. Something I wouldn't recommend doing, especially as you get deep into a field like this, but maybe I'm just not good enough. Maybe if I was better, I would be calling with that Queen Jack offsuit, or Queen 10 offsuit I should say. But I don't think it's good. Tom likes a floater. Alright, Dragos should be coming along here with the Jack 8 off. And it is a 7 high flop, 2-tone diamonds. And it looks like we're going to see a lead from the big blind. Not unreasonable. I think with this hand combination it's not amazing, but you are going to see some leading here on 7-4 deuce. Apparently not. Apparently it's pure check. If it does bet though, king's more likely to raise the flop. Of course, never folding. And a relatively bricky turn. I would like to see Safwayne starting to look to get all the money in here. Anywhere in the region of sort of 800k, 900k. Going to be very reasonable sizing to bet geometrically. And he does bet 875, right bang smack in the middle of what I thought. And the Jack 8 off from Dragos is going nowhere. Little does he know, he is drawing incredibly thin. Needs to hit one of 3 10s remaining in the deck. does not find it. Is he going to donk jam all in now that he's let himself get this far? Hand 45. Oh, he's going to do it as well. I just knew it. You could sense it coming. You could feel it. Kings. There's no way Kings fold. It's hard. You're like, what's this dude bluffing with? But you're so high up your range. Yeah, it makes the sort of like, oh, whatever. I call. And Dragos getting a little bit out of line there with the Jack 8 offsuit. He gave it a shot. And that shot went way wide of the target. Chip leader, our table chip daddy from earlier, Barry, has absolute mountains now. Final 50. Over 100,000 euros for first. What an incredible spot for this young man. And we are going to have a quick break here at the WSOP circuit. No limit hold'em mini main event. Look at Barry, 82 big blinds, 9.8 million chips. The man is a demon. Just shy of 10 mil. That is something that I would love to have. But instead, I get the joy of bringing you guys, hopefully, some enjoyable commentary. And then we have Raji, who has been surviving on the short stack since the start of our coverage. Definitely been missing some spots a little bit more than other players. But as we go on this break, I hope you guys have a great time. I will be back momentarily. My name is Pred Poker. It's been an absolute pleasure taking you through that first session. And I'll see you guys within the next 10 minutes. It's been a joy. Catch you all soon.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City, provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what open brings on the turn, 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down, comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpin is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the snap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world. #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
that sounds like some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 a diamond, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call. Three with the queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits. Up against Reard. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. How deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. It's a very aggressive, very competent Panat Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible. Oh.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Zweimal Queen. Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queen, zweimal Punkt.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Panat Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Had Zidek drawing to 2 outs.
Nice luck.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah.
1.1, yeah, 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had Rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is
Gets 4 flushed.
15.
Panat Punsri still smiling somehow.
Nice bluff for him.
Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Panat Punsri. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy, get it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh,
Well.
wow.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
On the turn.
Flat could be down to 2 million. 6-8 game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107K.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of our coverage of the mini-main event here at the King's Casino, the World Series of Poker Circuit Tour. Look at that lovely little setup. Very pretty. Coming back here, we're going to see more action from our table chip leaders. Safwayne Barry, 59 big blinds, just shy of 10 million chips. Someone tried to bluff him off an overpair last hand before break. If you're joining us, he didn't fold. Our short stack, Raji, 6 big blinds, coming back to a 80,000, 160,000 big blind level. I am your commentator. My name is Pred Poker. This will be the first time you'll have heard me on this King's Casino coverage. I have only commentated once before at the International Poker Open in Dublin. I did 4 days coverage there, and it was an absolute pleasure. So if you guys are enjoying listening to my commentary, positive words or tips and advice are always welcome in the chat. It's always nice seeing a little bit of chat engagement from you all. There's over 100,000 for first in this bad boy. We are on day 2. We will not be playing down to a winner today. But I hope you're enjoying this coverage. I'm enjoying being able to provide you guys with some analysis, some commentary. All the way from the booth. Andy Dufresne, 10-8 off, going to be a fold here from early position. Working its way around to the later positions at the table. 5-6 off, 12 big blinds. Pretty awkward spot, but a nice fold. And a walk for our chip leader with the ace 9. Always nice winning chips when you're in the big blind. But I would like to welcome you all back from this break. 50 hands is what we're barreling towards for the coverage so far today. We have played 46. Once we hit 50, we'll get a big yeehaw and continue the play down towards those final few tables. A nice milestone for this feature table, a nice milestone for the stream. Lasso, a chat favourite, has 24 big blinds, and Andy Dufresne, aces. Can this break him out of jail? 15 big blinds. Would like to see a min open. And that looks like what we're getting. 320,000. Will he tunnel this one to a double up? Oh, it's a sick cooler. Jordan Berlier, pocket queens, the ladies. Round to the big blind. Axel's going into the muck, and Andy Dufresne, a get out of jail free card. Aces versus queens. Needs to avoid that queen coming on the flop turn or river. He has spades covered. Doesn't have diamonds covered. There is chances for a sweat, but nothing you can do here if you're Jordan other than hope that you win this one. Very unlucky spot for him. Hand 47 here, the dealer. Always a sweat. That's a king high flop. No help to the pocket queens to Jordan Berlier. All in at risk for 2 million chips. The turn, no additional outs. One of 2 queens do not come on the river, and we see Andy Dufresne getting a full double once you include the blinds, and Jordan Berlier, unfortunately, going to be having the walk in 53rd place. We do have a pay jump at 44. 53 was the start of a new pay jump, 1,768 euros. And we might have some chips behind. He does. He actually has about 130k behind, so we do not lose our 53rd player. He has a big blind and a dream. Chip in a chair. There you see him holding it up. Chip in a chair. You can't be sad, but you can't let it affect you too much. It's a very standard spot. You didn't do anything wrong. Unlucky man. Sometimes you just have to hope that that one big blind will be enough to keep you alive in this tournament. Maybe make a pay jump, maybe have a run, you never know. Chip in a chair. It's been done before. It could certainly happen again. Look at that massive chip stack of our chip leader on the left hand side of your screen. All of those white chips representing 100,000. Almost a big blind per chip. 6 big blinds. It's going to be moved all in for Raji. Been on the tighter side, but he's picked up a couple of premiums. Hasn't actually managed to find a double with them just yet. And I don't know if he's going to get a chance here. All the way around to the small blind. Axel. Lets it go. Round 2, the big blind. Andy Dufresne just found a double up. 10-6 suited. Puts it in the bin, and Raji gets another one through. Playing that little bit tighter than others at the table. Alright, we move around to another hand here. Raji not going to be able to move all in with the Queen 3 off. Round to Saffron, ace-8 suited. I would like to see him come in with an open here. Off of those 30 big blinds. Going to be opening pretty much all of your suited ace-X here. Introducing ICM, you could maybe remove sort of ace-2 suited, maybe ace-6 suited, ace-7, but ace-8 going to be too strong. We do see the remaining big blind of Jordan getting it in with a pair. He's going to be overjoyed to see the fact that he has a pair in his hand. I don't think we've seen any aces or eights dead at the minute. On to the big blind, and do we see a flat call from Andy? He does. Jack 4 suited, because he's basically just calling the open of the ace 8 suited because Jordan is in for less than a big blind. The action cannot be reopened. Getting good equity with Jack 4 of diamonds here. I do like this call from Andy. He has impressed me with his play at this table so far. And we're going to be going 3 ways to a flop. Oh, it's a 5. Jordan Berlier, a chip and a chair, has this hand on lockdown. It's going to be a bet. We're going to see a fold. And Jordan Berlier. Look at that smile. I like it. I like it. The table having a bit of fun. He knows he has a big blind. Let's go. I'm rooting for him now. Let's go, Jordan. You could go out there, give him a slap on the shoulder, give him a high five. Pump him up. Oh. That would be so sick. A 7 on the river. Does not get runner-runnered. And look at that. Just like that. Up over 3 big blinds for Jordan Berlier. It's very spinnable. Look, he knows. Look at the smile. And look at that. That's a man ready to spin it up. That's a man ready to come back from a big blind less than and win over 100,000 euros. Almost 123,000 euros worth of equity. 112,500 euros for first place, plus that 10k main event ticket. And Berlier gonna let it go with the 6-3 off rightfully. So, new player at the table, Israel's Daniel Azule. And round to the hijack, 60 big blinds. Disciplined fold from Barry. Very disciplined fold. A lot of weaker players would include that ace-6 off, overvaluing those weaker offsuit ace-X. Junker, 8-9 off, very reasonable open here off 40 big blinds. Definitely a little bit on the looser side in ICM, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, 8-9 off. I don't think it's unreasonable, but whenever the big blind only has 7 big blinds, and then folds to effectively a min raise. Okay, I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't think you should be opening 8-9 when you have so many reshove stacks in the button and the big blind. Small blind also has a pretty reasonable reshove stack of sub 30. I'm surprised Lasso didn't just move all in for 20 big blinds with his 7s. Definitely the most profitable play in my opinion in this spot. Button versus cutoff at 20 big blinds effective. And Axel taking his liberties and getting one through. All these players hoping for that day 3, hoping for that final table. none of which I can say I know personally. I don't recognize any of the names as regulars of circuits or tours. And ace-5. 3 big blinds. There is one clear move here, guys, and it's going to be all in. Good luck, Jordan Berlier. The chip in a chair. The comeback from 1 big blind. Is it on? Good news so far. People folding. You want to see these folds all the way around to the big blind. And it is continuing to fold round. Small blind's gonna fold, and it does get through. 10-5 off. Has to fold. Well, it's pretty close for calling two big blinds to win. 7.5, 10-5 off, 30% equity. That's a great outcome for our 3 big blind stack in Jordan Berlier. For those watching on YouTube and didn't see the chat on Twitch, we will be playing until the end of level 30 or until we reach 24 players. Final 3 tables or the end of level 30. We are currently on level 28, 40-minute blind levels. We did just have a 15-minute break before this, so the coverage should be uninterrupted until the end of day. And we see a raise from Daniel Azule, or Israeli, who has joined the table, and Lasso, 19 big blinds, pocket jacks. There is one move, ladies and gentlemen, and the triangle will be going his way. A fan favourite, Lasso. They would like to see him double up here. Zolt. What a strong first name. Oh wow, goes for the non-all-in sizing. Okay, I mean, maybe. Not something that I would do, but fan favourite Lasso going for that non-all-in sizing instead. But I do think jacks could have just been all in pre. Raji, ace 10, 6 big blinds, finds the fold. And it looks like so does our... Oh, no. I was going to say so does our initial opener, but he's just checking his hand. The graphics have disappeared, but his chips and cards have not. And he does decide to take this one post-flop. Interesting spot. Pretty unconventional hand we're seeing here. Queen 4-3 monotone. All hearts. If my memory serves me correctly, it was jacks without a heart for Lasso, and I am correct, it was jacks without a heart. And this board is getting worse and worse for the pocket jacks. Azule checks it down, and I'm guessing the queen jack suited, it wins. Lasso loses that pot. Sealed his own fate. I feel like jacks should just be all in there. I don't think you want to be 3-betting jacks there. Sure, 3-bet aces, 3-bet kings, 3-bet queens, but your jacks, your 10s, your 9s, maybe your 8s if you think they're taking liberties. Asking for the triangle I think is going to be the most profitable play there. And look at that. 4 big blind stack. Jordan Berlier, Raji. Tight player at the table. 6 big blinds. Gonna need some help sooner than later. Lasso, a fan favourite. 14 bigs. And then all the way up to our start of day table chip leader. And continually our table chip leader. Safwin Barry. 59 big blinds. Just shy of 10 mil. Will he break that 10 mil mark? When will he break it? Questions that we have to be asking ourselves. When are we going to see that stack just continue to get bigger? And as of right now, it is my birthday. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to Pred. I got myself a whiskey. Happy birthday to me. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you, Ryan. The big 25. A quarter of a century. When you say it that way, it seems pretty old. Thank you, Stammy, on Twitch as well. I appreciate that. Alright, let's see the hands continuing. Enough about me, more about the poker. We all have them. We all have them until we don't. But what we can do in the meantime is play poker. Thank you for all the birthday wishes, everybody. Very true. Who would I say it with? Who's comms and what did you do to Dan the Irishman? My name is Tom Parsons. I'm also from Ireland, but my name is not Dan. My Twitch alias and my sort of general known name is Pred Poker. I do stream here on Twitch. I've played full time for the last 3 years. I'm a member of Paddy Par Poker, and this is my first commentary gig with Kings. I hope you guys are enjoying it. It's a privilege being asked on. I had my first commentary gig mere months ago over Halloween for the International Poker Open that was being held in Dublin. Try to give you guys some pretty detailed analysis, some hand breakdowns, maybe some reasoning for why people do the things they do, but with the stack sizes as they are, with the average stack being about 25 big blinds, you do see a little bit less post-flop play, especially whenever the player level isn't sort of at the very, very top. We are watching a €250 buy-in event, not a 25k. And it looks like Andy is going to be on the wrong side of the cooler. This time he has ladies. And Robert Safran has aces. From one cooler to another. From one 3-bet to another. But a quick question before this hand runs out. Chat, would any of you just call aces in this spot? And there's a queen dead from Barry as well. Andy drawing very thin. He does have diamonds working for him. Would you guys ever just call aces here? I think I would flat aces a reasonable amount. Especially with the short stacks behind, trying to induce a shove. But now that he has pocket queens, Andy, triangle, and then potentially some suffering, some pain. All-in call. Doesn't slow roll, shows the aces. One queen is dead. Andy has a smile on his face, knows that he had just done similar moments before. And there is that additional stand-up equity. It adds at least 2% to your hand. Spades, no good. Queens in a nightmare scenario. Needing that one out one time. No good. Andy Dufresne. Poor guy. Iron Maiden fan. Played very well on this feature table. I don't think he made any mistakes whatsoever. Ace's dream spot. All the way up to 60 big blinds. Robert Safran. Joint table chip leader, just shy of 10 million chips. Andy Dufresne. It looks like he's not actually going to be eliminated. I think he now has one big blind behind. It's been done before. It's been done on this table. One big blind behind. Chip in a chair. He's actually in the big blind this hand. This would be the spin of a lifetime. I think he has one big blind left. I don't think he's eliminated. Sometimes it goes as easy as it comes. Nothing like stacking them high. Deep in a mini main event. Over 100k for first. A 6-figure score. Likely the majority of these players' first figure score if they do take down the trophy. And you just get aces into queens, you take it down. Hello Ivan, this is indeed live. Welcome to the stream. You can watch it here on YouTube on the King's Casino live stream. Or Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Andy, he's not in the big blind, but he does have jacks. Raji, he's very, very tight, but he shouldn't be folding king queen here. Amazing spot. You've got a big blind dead. You've got the ante, the small blind, the big blind. You've got king queen and 6. You can't be folding king queen here, sir. There we go. We're going to have another flip, potentially. Andy Dufresne with the jacks. This is a crazy spot. There's one queen dead. A 10 dead. Another 10 dead. This is all good news for the pocket jacks of Andy Dufresne. Hearts and diamonds both live, though. I mean, it's a flip. It's just another flip. One big blind. Chip in a chair. Andy Dufresne. Is this Jack's his get out of jail card? Stand up equity being used once more. It didn't work last time. Will it work this time? A very clean flop. King Queen needing running straight cards, of which we know they're basically dead. And just one of 6 outs. We don't lose a player. And twice the one big blind stack survives. Wow. Wow. Andy Dufresne. Hello. 4 big blinds. Going to be in the big blind next hand. Raji, 5 big blinds under the gun. And I think we have another 5 big blind stack on this table. We're going to see more white hot all-in moments in the near future, chat. The rest of the players probably wondering how everyone keeps seeming to be able to survive. All right. Oh my days. What is going on? What is going on? Andy Dufresne's all in with 9-7 suited. The revenge of Raji with pocket aces. There's a 9 dead as well. It's not looking good. Lots of black cards dead though. Oh, what is going on? Andy is indeed covered this time. And this time, he is not in good shape. Needs red cards, needs 9s, 7s, maybe some 8s, 6s, 5s. Anything. Oh my days! It is always coming 7. No way. 2 outs, 1 time. Raji, aces. Cracked! Cracked by the 9-7 suited. They make the flush. They flop trips. It's always coming 7. Not even needed. It runs out. 3 diamonds. King of diamonds. Queen of diamonds. 5 of diamonds. Oh my days. He's gone. Andy Dufresne survives from 1 big blind. The power of 9-7 suited. 12 big blinds. 1 to 12. Raji, 90k left with nothing. Jordan Burlier, 3 big blinds. That is absurd. That's the comeback. What a moment. A €250 tournament. 50 players left. €112,000 for first. And you bad beat the same player 2 hands in a row to survive the tournament. Wow. Oh no, he didn't. No, he did. Right? Wasn't it the same player 3 all-ins in a row? Oh no. Yeah, no, just he bad beat him twice in a row. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Raji all in, ace-9 suited. What a hand to see. For just over an ante. Is Junker gonna call? He's gonna give him a spin. With 6-3 suited. Lasso, small blind, 9-10 off. Also completing the small blind. And Andy has Jack 10. It's not a bad shot to shove, to be honest. I think shoving here is pretty reasonable for the Jack 10. There's 4 big blinds dead in the middle. And there we go. I love that all in from the Jack 10. Can Andy back to back to back bad beat Raji? This would be absurd. This would be crazy. Raji will have a nemesis for the rest of his life in Andy Dufresne. And we know a 10 is dead. Raji has a chance to survive. Andy has a chance to go back to back to back bad beats. Not only that, Andy will be up over 15 big blinds. What a ridiculous turn of events at the World Series of Poker Circuit event. It's an ace-high flop. Running King Queen needed for Andy. And it's not going to come. Raji survives. Nobody wants to bust this table. Hey Wox, I'm doing well, man. How are you? Nice to see you in the chat. Thanks to everybody who has come along today to watch this action, both on Twitch and on YouTube. If you're enjoying my commentary, I appreciate you guys very, very much. If you're not enjoying it, you're more than welcome to mute the stream. You guys can follow me at twitch.tv/PredPoker if you want more action from myself. But don't forget to follow Poker Room Kings if you are watching on Twitch to get the latest action following these World Series of Poker Circuit events. Action coming back again tomorrow evening. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe, get notifications. Don't miss any of your favorite poker action that is coming through. And hey, maybe one day you'll be there. Jordan Berlier, King 8 suited. Very reasonable shove for 3 big blinds. Barry, hijack, Ace-8 offsuit. It's not unreasonable. But personally, I would find a fold here. It's pretty awkward being in this spot with Ace-8. By calling with the Ace-8, you're allowing squeezes to open up behind. And it does look like he's actually going to call. I think this is a mistake from Barry. And there you go. Axel, an aggressive player, wakes up with pocket queens. But Barry making the mistake, flatting with the Ace-8 off. If he's in, you know, the button, small blind, big blind, it makes a difference. But from the hijack, you've got 4 players to act behind you. You've increased the pot by 3 big blinds. Yes, your range is essentially uncapped. But that's an extra 3 big blinds dead on top of the 3 big blinds from the initial opener. We see the all-in from the big blind for 2 bigs. We see the 9-7. We see the King 8. We know 9-7's in horrendous shape. Jordan Berlier has spades for him. He has a king. But Axel Junker, the potential to take out not 1 but 2 players at this feature table. 45 players remaining. Hand 58 of our coverage. Short stacks have been surviving all day. It would take a miracle for both players to survive. King 9-7. It needs to come something of that kind. And he slow rolls them both. Essentially. He should have had his hand over long ago. I don't know why he waited for them to show their hands. A little bit of a needle. But no mistakes made here. Berlier needing that king, needing those spades to survive. Raji needs a lot of help. And that's a horrific flop for Jordan Berlier. Raji picks up equity, but Axel has the clubs covered. 6 doesn't help either of the short stacks. And do we see a double elimination here on this feature table? We do indeed. Alex Junker picking it up at the right time, picking up a very nice pot. Increasing his stack size all the way up to 55 big blinds. And that is good game to 2 of our feature table players. Both players good for a payday of 1,768 euros. Not a bad spot from a 250 euro buy-in, but it's always going to be heartbreak. More than 3,000 runners in this entry. Remaining 50. Everybody's dreaming big. Everybody wants that final table photo, the lights, the cameras, the action. Marco Georgi, 3 big blinds himself, joining this table. All in with a mystery hand that we will see soon. Queen 6 suited. It has equity. Back round to Junker. Give over. King 5. Ace 3, however, in the cutoff, 11 big blinds. It's pretty close. It's a spot that you can definitely take an edge in by reshoving, but it's a line that seems not awful to pass on. Round to the big blind. 4-2 suited. It has the equity versus like a lot of hands. You almost always have 2 live cards. You have suited equity. 400 to win 1200. 3 to 1. This hand has 3 to 1 versus everything bar a pair. But no. He just lets it go. Of course, seeing the Queen 6, we know it has equity. But versus a 3 big blind all in, I think I'd probably just flick it in. You're calling 2 big blinds. Chance to win just over 7. 2 live cards. Suited equity. But again, deep in a field, ICM coming in. Maybe edge pass. Maybe you don't call that. Who am I to say? But I would have. It's for Junker. Picking up a couple of hands now. Would like to see an open. Blinds have just increased as well. 100k for the small blind and 200k for the big blind with a big blind ante. Oh, blinds are up next hand, sorry. Next hand. Lasso, 9 big blinds, ace jack, should be all in. Looks like he's just gonna call. This man does not like to put his tournament life on the line whatsoever. All the way round to Georgi. He has 2 big blinds, king 6. It's going to be all in. Junker's going to reshove the 8s. And is Lasso going to be able to get away from his ace jack? He's called 2 big blinds. He's put in over 1/5 of his stack. He's going to fold. Oh dear, Lasso. Unlucky man, but you should just be all in there, sir. You have the best hand. Junker in great shape, just has to fade the king. Or some shenanigans on this flop. 41 players remaining in this monster field. Georgi needing help, or we're gonna lose the Italian stallion sitting there in C2, and that flop is of no help to that king 6. The ace jack probably feeling like a wizard right now. Fan favorite. 9 on the turn. Changes nothing for either player. And Junker set to take his 3rd elimination in as many hands. Good game to Georgi. The sad walk. But a nice payday from an initial investment of, at the most, 250 euros. Could have satellited in if satellites were running. Just a reminder that first place receives 112,000 euros. First to 6 receive a World Series Poker Europe main event ticket. 9th place at the final table pays 8k, it ladders all the way up to 100k. Very, very big final table. With all remaining players currently receiving 1,768 euros. Couple of deeper stacks at the table now. Maybe going to get some post-flop action. But we do still have 2 shorties that were just appearing on your screen. Folding through the early position short stacks. And hey, maybe we'll see some action. Ace Queen for Cassie. Lovely little hand to open it up with. Decides to go just over the minimum. Oh, goes considerably over the minimum. Almost a 3x open. Shows the ace queen. And gets it done. I wouldn't recommend opening close to 3x in situations like this where ICM is a thing. Minimum, or like 2.1, always seems pretty effective in terms of big blind opening ranges. Sub 40 big blinds, you're rarely going to see people use more than a minimum. Sometimes they might add on like, you know, 210,000 or whatever. Just chuck in a little green chip or a red chip or whatever the smallest denomination is. But realistically, if you're opening the correct ranges and you're opening to too big a sizing, you're going to be burning chips. And then if you're not opening wide enough, you're going to miss out on money that you would be earning if you just opened your range up that little bit wider, lowered that raise sizing off of those shorter stacks. Of course, there's always a time and a place. You know, you could 3x if the whole table's, you know, 150 big blinds deep, 100 big blinds deep. Maybe use 2.7, 2.5. But I wouldn't massively recommend taking those huge pre-flop sizings. Just polarizing your range a little bit. And Queen Jack in the small blind. Queen Jack offsuit for 40 big blinds can definitely play as a check. Or a completion, sorry. You can also raise. I don't like the min raise though. I think I would prefer to see a 3x to a 3.5x. When you min raise, it's essentially a check, and the big blind is going to call with the vast majority of their range. Bowery feeling confident enough to complete with the 5-3, a perfect example of why min raising and then having to play out of position isn't amazing. And there is a 0% chance that we see Bowery fold on this flop with the 5-3. Queen Jack off. Would have liked to have seen a 3.5x sizing used pre. Instead, he goes for the min raise. The big blind calls. And Daniel Azule drills the turn. Barry, I'd be surprised to see him bet here. I would like to see him check back. Try and take his hand to showdown. And boom! 4 on the river. How the turn tables. Azule should play this hand as a check now. I'd be very surprised to see him sort of consider betting for value. When you've raised pre, you've gotten a call. You've bet the flop and you've gotten a call. And if you're Barry, you can be obviously very confident you have the best hand, but you have to think, what can I target? Goes for the half pot bet. Gets called by the queen. And wins the hand. Nice hand. You have to think, in realistic scenarios, does the big blind, sorry, the small blind, have a lot of ace-x when they bet flop check turn? They are capping their range by doing so. So when he's going for that bet on the river, he is going to be trying to get some queen x to call. Maybe some 2 pairs, some 4-5s. Maybe some 5-6s. Maybe even pocket kings. Thank you, Apocalypse, for the happy birthday. I hope you have a lovely evening. I'm sure many of us here will see you tomorrow. There are our current table stacks. A nice cross potential for some all-in action with Andy and Lasso. But some very playable stacks in those 30 to 50 big blind ranges. King 9, 8 big blinds. Correct fold. Love to see it. Pocket threes, 32 big blinds. An incredibly reasonable open. Barry, 10-8 offsuit. Instead we see the limp from 31 big blinds. Again, not something I have. I don't have a limping strategy for 30 big blinds from the button. I don't know if anyone does. In theory land, that is. But Daniel does. And he opens up the squeeze. We see an almost 4 big blind raise from Axel with the A7 off. I do like to see that. I think he could go a little bit bigger as well. I think you can definitely use your hand. With larger sizings, and there you go, top pair. Daniel, if you made it 2 big blinds, you'd have saved yourself some money. Gonna see the c-bet come out. I would love to see a quarter pot. I would love to see no more than 500k, 450k. But Axel Juncker isn't a fan of small sizings. Instead, it looks like he goes for half pot. He does indeed. 985,000. Daniel Azule, pocket threes. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to call, raise, fold? I think folding seems very, very reasonable. You've been squeezed. Even though, yes, you did limp pre. Calling gets a bit sticky. You don't have a diamond in your hand, so the 3 of diamonds might not even be an out. You could be drawing very thin 2-1 out. And I would be very surprised if we see a continuation from Azule. And it looks like, oh my days. Did he min raise? Okay, we're definitely outside of the world of theory here. I don't really know what Azule is targeting here. Junker's range is completely uncapped. He has Ace King, Ace 2, Ace Queen, 2s, Queens, Aces, King X of Diamonds, Kings, you know, King Jack of Spades, King 10 of Spades, all the strongest Ace X. I think this is a very, very wild 2-bet on the flop from the pocket threes. Axel probably going to be quite confused here with the Ace 7. There's 5 million chips in this pot when realistically there was absolutely no need for there to be, and we're playing poker, ladies and gentlemen. No limit hold'em, anything can happen. Axel maybe even folds the best hand It is a very confusing spot. A very confusing spot. In theory, of course, the button shouldn't be doing this. The big blind's range. Yes, he's going to be isolating on the wider side, and he just shoves. He just goes, you know what? My top pair's good. And what is Daniel Azule thinking about with threes? At the absolute best, you have 40 to 50% here. Junker isn't going to be doing this with like King Jack of spades, King 10 of spades. It's just, I mean, maybe he does, but like, it just wouldn't happen. This is an absurd hand of poker. And there's 13 million chips in this pot. This is the biggest pot we've seen all day. What is Daniel thinking? I thought he was going to flick in a calling chip. I don't know what's going on. Is this Hollywooding? Is he saving face? Because if you're Axel and there's a tank in this limped pot that you isolated and he called, he 2-bet you on the flop, you 3-bet all in with the ace-7. When he's tanking, you can't feel good about your ace-7. You have to think, oh, maybe he's got ace-10. Maybe he limped ace-jack. I'm just so confused. It has to be Hollywooding. I just don't know. I don't understand. They're gonna know what his hand is in half an hour. What a crazy turn of events. Axel, it doesn't look particularly bothered. And this is just getting a bit ridiculous. I don't know if he's convincing himself of a hero call, but this is definitely a pet peeve of mine in live poker. Is when people just don't fold. They should be folding. Just fold. Oh, like, what's he trying to convince himself of? Axel has... What is it? What? Like, what? I'm speechless. I am absolutely speechless. I don't even know. This is... Oh my days. No. No. He can't do it this way. Oh. Okay. Alright, Axel has all the chips in the world. The table seems shell-shocked. You could see Axel, when the call came in, he looked horrible. Wow, what a call. I mean, I guess if he called and he was right with the threes, everyone would be saying he's a genius. I'd love to have an interview. I'd love to know what his thought process was. I'd love to see if he thought he had a read, like a live tell. Wow, what a hand. What a hand. Day 2 of Poker Room Kings. It takes a lot to leave me speechless. It takes a lot, and that is one of the first times I've seen something so interesting. Such a strange hand, way outside the realms of theory. When the potential bluff gets called, but its value, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. We have a new table chip daddy, that's for sure. Axel. Axel has mountains. But the table itself has a lot of information now. They know how Axel's playing. They know he's very aggressive. Andy Dufresne has 8 big blinds and aces. This man refuses to exit the tournament. He came back from less than a big blind. He has 8 big blinds. He's under the gun. And he's min-raising off of 8 big blinds. Casey. Queen Jack suited. What an awkward spot. I think it's just a fold. Personally, I would fold the Queen Jack suited in this spot, but he decides he wants to see a flop. An ace is dead, but so are a few hearts. So are quite a few hearts. Andy Dufresne, pocket aces, in great shape to survive this tournament after coming back from less than a big blind. Ooh. That brings spice. That adds a little bit of something. Andy Dufresne may not escape jail this time. I guess he's going for the check jam. The check call doesn't really make sense off of his stack size. The SPR is less than 1. I like the way we can hear the rail. Alright, all in. Casey, he's like, well, whatever. I guess I call. 2 of our cards. Open ender. Asking for the count. Getting 1,000,000 to 1. Five big blinds. To win close to 20. Makes the correct call. Sees, I guess, the bad news, but I mean, Queen Jack has a lot of equity. Andy is not out of the woods. Any 8, any king. And Andy will be leaving the tournament. Otherwise, he is going to be coming back with 20 big blinds. And he does. How Andy Dufresne has survived in this tournament is beyond belief. He has 19 big blinds. He came back from 1 big blind earlier. A chip and a chair, alive and well. Less than 50 people remaining. Oh my days, what a spot for Andy Dufresne. And not even a smile, stoic as always. He's here to win, he's here to make people sad and himself very happy. There we go, a small smile. We like to see it. What a spot. There we go, there we go. Keep smiling, enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment, but look at that stack size. 16.8 million chips. Alex Juncker in the pot of the day, the pot of the year, arguably. Such a crazy spot. Barry, start of day, start of feature table chip leader. Still very comfortable at 47 big blinds. Just shy of that 10 million chip mark. But today has been the Alex Juncker show. And a wee bit of Andy on the side. Alright, Johannes Richter, new player at the table. 28 big blinds. Fairly comfortable. And Kasparas Kjelljes. I will try and pronounce that name better next time. We have Barry here, ace 7 in the cutoff. Reasonable open with the stack sizes behind him. And he gets it done. So we've had the hand of the year and also the comeback of the year. 34 players remaining. Just a reminder, we are playing until we have 24 players remaining or the end of level 30. Alright, I'm going to try one more time momentarily to pronounce the surname of our new friend. I'm just gonna need to think about it. I gotta warm up, you know. Are you ready? Klezis. Klezis. Kasparas Klezis. I hope I haven't offended absolutely everybody from, I think, Lithuania. I don't actually see his flag. Yes, from Lithuania. Klezis. Not easy to say. Kasparas though, pretty sick first name. We can stick with that. We got Axel opening the cutoff with King 10. And a very simple defend from young Cassie. Ace 2 of hearts. A slight favourite in this hand, but I dare say less likely to win it when playing from out of position. Axel. Not an unreasonable board to c-bet, but also going to have some checking back here when you're playing 25 big blinds effective. But I think a c-bet, not unreasonable. If you're from the button, it's a bit more reasonable. You have some more offsuit 8x. A little less offsuit 8x. Well, very little when you're playing here from the cutoff. On the 5-8-5, you are going to see King 10 bet and take it down, but there is going to be some checking back. It's not going to be all the time. Going to check back maybe a third of the time. It could be even more. It could be like half the time. But I'd say like probably close to a third of the time, because you still have like Ace 5 suited, King 5 suited. Maybe a little bit of Queen 5 suited. You have pocket 5s. You have 5-6 suited. You have... So you have like... It's not like you're lacking trips. It's more the offsuit 8x that you're also going to bet that you're lacking. Of course, going to bet all your overpairs. Probably going to bet your Ace King suited, Ace Queen suited. All the hands that can still turn very, very well. And Junker, almost 90 big blinds, final 34. Day 2 of the €250 WSOP mini main event here at Poker Room Kings on Twitch. And also on the Kings Casino live stream on YouTube. What a day it's been so far, what a stream. And here we go. Potentially a little bit of chop pot action. Junker gets shoved on by the 5 big blinds of Lasso. It would be heinous to raise fold the ace-9 to this reshove. Does flick in the call. Sees the good news. Smiles from both players. And likely to see a chop. A monotone board from Maximum Pain. What do you reckon, chat? Are we chopping it up? Or are we going to see clubs, hearts, spades? Are we going to see someone's dreams crushed? Or jubilation? There's one club. But there is a chop pot. Absolutely no sweat for either player. Fist bump, love to see it. Chop pots are always fun. Whenever you have the same hand. There's worse times. And just like that, 33 players remaining. 32 players depart from this tournament, and 1 player walks away with a 6-figure score. 112,000 euros. Don't forget that beautiful added ticket, that 10k WSOP Europe ticket. But all remaining players, 2,500 euros locked up. The next pay jump down to 27, and then we play down to 24, the final 3 tables. That or the end of level 30, whichever comes first. It has been a privilege being able to commentate this for you guys. If anybody is new to the stream, and likely new to the soothing dulcet tones of my voice, my name is Tom Parsons. I'm otherwise known as Pred Poker, online and on the poker streets. You guys can catch me playing poker full time. I stream on Twitch. I also do a little bit of commentary here and there. It is my first time with Kings. And we may see some fireworks. Axel with the pocket 8s. Kasparas with the ace queen. The Lithuanian legend. Should fold its way around to the big blind. 7-5 suited. A lovely little hand to come along with here. And it looks like we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Six, 8, 9. 3 hearts. Would be the maximum pain. Whoa! Oh wait, no, that was in the small blind. The positions are slightly wrong. By the looks of it. Oh wait, no! He just folded his big blind. Okay. I mean, definitely on the tighter side. I definitely think 7-5 suited should be coming along. And Queen 3-4 Rainbow. Pretty good board for the under the gun player to c-bet. Nice and small. Somewhere in the midst of a quarter pot. Always reasonable. Playing 35 big blinds effective to start the hand. And we do see a 1.8, 1.9 big blind shove. Shove? Bet. Now it looks like we're gonna see Axel doing Axel things. This man has an insanely high 2-bet ratio on the flop. Kasparas is gonna be loving life. He has top on Queen 3-4. a call. And look, 5-7 gets there. Punished for not playing. Axel should pot control now. Playing against a very tight range of under the gun, but no! He reaches for more chips. This man hates to slow down. I don't even know if checking is in his repertoire. Is he value betting with 8s here? Is this a value bet, chat? You let me know. Because I do not have that answer for you. Is he turning 8s into a bluff? Is he trying to rep 3s, 4s, 6s? He did have 5-7 suited earlier on. Kasparas, dream spot. Top. The most aggressive player on the table betting into you. Do you call? Do you let him continue firing it off? Do you shove? Try and force King Queen to call? Personally, I just call here. I like it a lot. Kasparas showing composure. And the only way I see this going check bet on the river is with an 8. Surely we see the check. Axel has to know that he's behind. Has to know that Kasparas has to have a strong hand. Or I was gonna say, does Kasparas just lead jam? But not, that wouldn't be theory, but it's like, do you do it against a player like Axel? And that's where, to be fair, if I was Kasparas, I don't immediately show. It was very well played by Kasparas. He's got a smile, he picks up a lot of chips, he's up to almost 10 million. But I probably would have forced the imposition player to show as the last aggressor. Because you kind of want to know, like, what's he 2-betting me on the flop? What's he betting turn but then checking river with? But Kasparas, 51 big blinds, what a huge pot. Axel, dipping to just shy of 15 mil. Barry, still up there, 50 big blinds, 10 million chips. Themselves and Robert Safran taking up the top end of this table. Lasso, a fan favourite, 6 big blinds. But Arvid Oliver, very, very true in the YouTube chat, guys. Kasparas showed great composure there. I have to agree with you, and if you guys want to join in the conversation, if you're watching this after the broadcast, or you are watching on Twitch, you can go to Twitch Poker Room Kings, or YouTube the Casino Kings live stream. On the Kings Resort YouTube channel. My name's Pred Poker. It's been a privilege being able to commentate for you guys. It is also my birthday. Woohoo! The big quarter of a century. Robert Safran, King 5 off. Going for the steal. All 45 big blinds. A little bit light, but if you think that your opponents are playing too passive in the blinds, it's not a bad spot. King 9 off. Should just be a fold here, but instead we're gonna see the 3-bet to 1.3 mil, forcing the 8-9 suited of the big blind to fold. And Robert Safran punished for his loose open. First place, 112,000 euros. All players currently locked up 2,500 euros from a 250 euro buy-in. And Johannes with the unconventional 3-bet from the small blind. Getting it done. Prefer to see just a jam when you're playing 25 big blinds from the small blind. Maybe mix in some not all in sizings with like ace king suited, kings, maybe a little bit of like ace 5 off, shove your like ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, all your pairs up to kings, maybe queens, 3-betting. King 9 off a little bit loose, but it gets the job done. Recognizes the weak open of the button, recognizes the steal, and lasso is going to be lassoed into this pot. Ace 9, one way to do it. And that one way I would not have said was fold. 6 big blinds, ace 9. Even an early position such as under the gun +1, it is going to be a printing all in. Instead, he does find the fold. He has his sights set on that elusive day 3. Maybe it's affecting his play. And we see the 2s open from 22 big blinds on the hijack Casey. Seat 3, Johannes Richter. Gonna have to let that one go. Kasparos in the small blind. This is a hand that you can flat. You can also use as a 3-bet, but when you're playing 20 bigs effective versus the initial opener, I think calling here, very reasonable. Especially, it depends on the stack size on your left. Nice. Nice call. E6 off, 50 big blinds effective to the small blind, 22 bigs effective to the initial opener. I would just like to see Battery use this as a flat. Playing 50 bigs effective. E6 off, just going to be a call. When you're 20 bigs effective, I think you're still going to play it as a call. So I'd be surprised to see Battery get a wee bit out of line. And he does just make the correct decision in my eyes. Does decide to take this one post flop. 3 ways. Every player with a lot of equity pre-flop. And all players with the same equity post-flop. But this bet is going to get the job done. Does just bet 1 big blind though. I mean, I guess it's not unreasonable. Oh, we see the float from the ace-6. That is spicy. King on the turn. The 2s get counterfeit. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, Cassie. Is he going to use his 2s as a bluff now? Uh-oh. I do like the float with the ace-6 if your head's up. In a multi-way pot, it does get a little bit more dicey. Wow, we do see the call from the ace-6. Barry, I like it though. I do like this call. You can have all the king X, you can have 3x, you can have 4s plus. But Cassie has a 0% chance of winning this pot at Showdown. Does that mean he's going to pull the third trigger? Does it mean he's going to shove for just over pot on this river card? Are we going to see the block? I don't like this though. I very much don't like this sizing. That's 1.2. Of course it's going to get the job done, but whenever you check call twice, you're looking for showdown. You don't really need to bet so big on the river. You don't need to donk for that sizing. He's turning his ace into a bluff when he bets that sizing, which is not something that I would recommend doing in that scenario. If you're going to bet, you can just block. You can bet like 1 big blind, 1.2 big blinds. It achieves the same thing, and instead of risking 6 big blinds, you're risking 1. Because your range is still relatively uncapped. They're just going to shove their king X. You can fold. Instead of forcing yourself to check call another bet. Like a block would have been nice, but third pot, just a bit too big for my liking. "32 players remaining. Just a reminder that we are playing until 24 players remain. That, or we reach the end of level 30. Thank you for the compliments on the commentary. I do appreciate that, guys. Do my best to give you guys some reasonable analysis. And we see quite a large open from Johannes Richter. I did mention it earlier, but just in case people are new to the stream, don't really need to be going much bigger than min when you're opening off sub 40 big blinds, especially when you're opening in ICM scenarios. And you know, you're the final 1% of this field. King 7 suited though definitely can get used as a 3-bet at deeper stacks. At 30 big blinds effective, I don't know if it comes in, but I do like this if it's going to come in from Kasparas, and Kasparas is showing true class so far on this feature table. The reason why, if you are going to use a hand like King 7 suited, I think they are too shallow, but if you are going to use a hand like King 7 suited in this spot, the reason why you're doing it is because you have your suited playability, you want to be able to play it, but you're also going to fold out the offsuit dominating kings. So you're going to fold out your King 9 offs that are opening from the cutoff, your King 10 offs, maybe even your King Jack offsuits. It puts offsuit ace-x in a horrible position off 30 big blinds. It puts low pocket pairs in a horrible position when you're playing from the cutoff. But it's just a teeny bit too shallow stacked for me. You're gonna bring these plays in when you're playing deeper stacked, when you can afford to 3-bet fold. Because King 7 suited is being brought in at 40 big blinds. And it looks like it does actually stay in at 30 big blinds a little bit, so maybe I'm wrong. I guess at 30 big blinds, the King 7 suited does still hold up. But the theory remains the same. A nice play and some true class on this feature table. Well played from Kasparas. Showed composure playing the ace-queen. Picks a good spot with the King 7 suited, using it as a 3-bet bluff. Using it to duplicate his pocket kings. Fold out, dominating King X. Fold out, potentially even dominating Ace X, Ace 7 suited. Gonna be folding in that spot. having equity against a lot of hands that call, and then just folding to the 4-bet jams. Good stuff, Kasparas. Nice hand. Very well played. I would fold 3s here, off 16 big blinds, under the gun +1. Hard to realize your equity post-flop. Going to be playing out of position to most players. Really going to want to have 6s, 7s as your minimum open off 16 big blinds in this early position. Kasparas using the ace-jack as a call, recognizing that a 16 big blind open from early position is usually very strong. And Lasso. Oh, he's calling. Lasso, Lasso, Lasso. If Lasso goes all in, he gets to deny equity from other players. Instead, he's left himself with 2 big blinds in a 4-way pot. And here's a prime example of why your 3s aren't amazing. You may have the best hand 4 ways, but it's just so unlikely to hold up. Alex getting a little bit out of line here, calling from the small blind with the 5-6 offsuit. And we do expect to see this one check round. Kasparas shown to recognize when to take spots, which hands to use, good hand selection. Does decide though that he wants to use this combination as a c-bet and then fold, or as a bet on the flop, sorry, and then fold. I wouldn't do it personally. I don't know how I feel about it. The small blind's range is going to contain a lot of suited hands. It's going to contain a lot of hands that have Queen X, Jack 10s, a lot of hands that are wrapped around this board. Your under the gun player has all their overpairs. They have Ace Queen, Aces Kings, they have suited Ace X, they have nut flush draws. And then you have Ace Jack off. Like, having the Jack, I guess, is like nice in the sense that you're removing some Queen X combinations, like Queen Jack of Diamonds. But realistically, like, without having a heart in your hand, you're not blocking any continuations with that hand. The c-bet, or sorry, the bet does get it done. But I was surprised to see the Ace Jack bet there. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's a good bet. Kasparas does win that hand. Just because it's not something that I think that should be done, or that I wouldn't do, doesn't necessarily mean that it's right or wrong. And a nice play wins a nice pot. "31 players remaining. Back round to Kasparas, who's shown us some elegant poker. Another man who's been doing well on this feature table, Barry, in the cutoff, Ace Queen. A hand that he will not be folding. Queen 4 suited in the small blind. Lasso, 2 big blinds, lets it go. That man values his tournament life. He does not like putting his chips in a few spots where arguably he'd be winning the most chips if he was just all in, where the conventional play would be all in. He was not doing it, but Andy Dufresne, 8 deuce, cutting off the bottom. So in ICM, removing the sort of 10-2 suited, 9-2 suited, 8-2 suited, 7-2 suited, 6-2 suited are going to be better. If you're going to remove some of your suited defense in the big blind, it's going to be those hands. And when you're facing aggression from a big stack that are able to put multiple bets in on multiple streets, removing the bottom of your range is always going to be a good thing, because a hand like 8-2 suited, 7-2 suited, even when it makes a pair, isn't going to be able to hold up to multiple barrels. Especially when you're an ICM facing aggression from a big stack. So I do like that fold with the 8-2 suited. If it's pure chip EV, there's no ICM, there's no pressure. I would expect to see that hand get defended from Andy Dufresne. But when you're, you know, final 1% of a field, 31 left of 3,553 runners, I think that's a pretty good fold from the 8-2 suited, recognizing that the playability of that hand post flop just isn't great when you're going to be facing aggression from a big stack. Are we in the money? Yes. All players are currently locked up 2,500 euros. This is day 2 of the World Series of Poker Circuit mini main event. And we see a 2 big blind shove. Big blind, 9-7 suited, can't fold. Flick it in. And we will be off to the races. Lasso. Is he going to hold? Twos never lose, as the old adage goes. 9-7 suited. Very pretty hand. The short stacks on this feature table today have been managing to avoid bust outs, but that's not an amazing flop. Counterfeit outs now. Any 10. Running diamonds. Never mind. Drills the nuts on the turn. Ooh. And the diamonds come anyway. The short stacks refusing to bust. 5 big blinds for Lasso. The man survives. And I like this. A little bit of table talk, a little bit of banter, players having fun with each other. Yes, you know, they're very deep, potentially the deepest they've ever been in a live tournament. Dreaming of that big money up top. But they haven't got headphones on, they haven't got scarves on, haven't got the AirPods in. They're taking the time to enjoy the moment, they're chatting with their fellow competitors. Soaking up the experience is a big part about live poker for me. And speaking of the live poker experience, Ace King. I don't know if it's just me, but Johannes Richter, it almost looked like he had a smile on his face when he viewed his hand. I don't know if that was a tell. He certainly managed to regain his composure now. This one folds its way round to the middle positions. Junker gets out of the way. Gonna be folding round to the blinds. And Queen 9 in the big blind. Definitely a defendable hand. The only issue is you're facing an almost 3x open. When you face a 3x open, your defending range, especially versus an early position open, gets like really tight. Your offsuit almost goes all the way up to your offsuit 10x. If Saffron has studied the sort of variations in open sizings, he may actually find a fold with Queen 9, but I don't blame him. Like, it would be quite tight to fold it, but in ICM, facing such a big sizing, your offsuit combinations just don't hold up as well, and you're just losing that wee bit extra post flop. Pretty good board for the big blind, but a board that you are going to see a reasonable amount of betting on from the early position raiser. I would size up slightly on Jack 5-8 two-tone versus the big blind if I was going to be betting this board. I'd bet somewhere in the midst of 700k. We do see a 600k bet coming out from Johannes. And we do see the float. Gut shot to the nuts. Queen of spades, 9 of hearts. This is where I would like to see a check back from the Ace King, because you're able to fire off on hearts and spades. And this is where you're going to want to see the bluff come in. Saffron Sizing down. Queen 9 off actually getting used as a check raise on this flop versus the early position player quite often. Especially if you have the Queen of Spades. Saffron's combo, in theory, of course, very, very hard to find in-game. Actually being used as a raise. 82% of the time, never folding. This would be an interesting hero call. I wouldn't want to see it though. Good fold. When you're holding hearts and you're holding spades, you're blocking a lot of the backdoor continuations and the drawing hands that you want the big blind to have. If you had like ace king of diamonds, ace king of clubs, then a hero call might come in like once, 1 out of 10 times, 1 in 20. And it looks like that is correct. That specific combination, the ace of hearts, king of spades combo, should fold every time. And then your other combos, your ace king that doesn't have the ace of hearts, calling almost pure. And a wee bit of folding if you have like ace of hearts, king of diamonds. But having spades, ace of hearts, king of spades, pure fold. A lot of the other offsuit ace kings are calling. A nice fun hand, that one. Very interesting. Barry, Jack 8 suited. Taking a couple of liberties here, 60 big blinds deep. It is going to get used a little bit, but I probably wouldn't open the Jack 8 suited whenever you have, you know, a 20 big blind, a 14 big blind, a 10 big blind, and a 5 big blind stack behind you. If everybody had, you know, 60 to 50 big blinds, I think opening the Jack 8 suited becomes a little bit better. But whenever you've got short stacks, you want to be able to block their reshoving ranges whenever you're going for opens. So you'd much rather open King 8 suited, King 7 suited, like Ace 10 off, maybe Ace 9 off if you were going to mix in a couple of wider opens to try and put some pressure on players. Whereas when you open a hand like Jack 8 suited, you're not blocking any of their reshoving ranges that are going to be primarily Ace X and King X. Still 31 players remaining, haven't lost a player for a while. King Jack. He just decides to shove. Johannes Richter definitely on the more aggressive side. Doesn't really like playing post flop. Takes bigger sizings pre. Takes the more aggressive line. I don't think King Jack offsuit should ever open shove there. I think it should just, you know, raise to 3 big blinds. Raise to 2.7, 3, 3.5. Pick your poison off 20 big blinds. But I think open shoving, you're going to reserve that at 20 big blinds for your weaker offsuit ace X. So like your ace 9 off, ace 8 off. You're maybe going to want to use like 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s. And then just like, you want to be able to open hands. You don't want to just have a shove or call range. Or fold. Like shove, call, fold. I think you do want to be able to have raises at 20 big blinds effective. Jack 10, 5 big blinds. Again, a spot that is going to be winning chips and chip EV, but Lasso has been shown to show... Ooh, he's dodged a bullet. Andy, once again, picks up rockets. I would like to see either a limp or a min open from the aces here. Of all 14 big blinds. If you have a limping strategy, limping's going to be fine. As long as you know you're mixing in some like King 7 suited, Ace 4 suited, Ace 3 suited. Otherwise, min open. See where it gets you. And instead we see a 4x open. Not a fan. I'm just not a fan. You've got aces. You have the best hand in poker. You want to be able to induce people to call in this spot. Opening to 4 big blinds is very polarizing, especially off a 14 big blind stack. When you're opening off 14 big blinds, you're going to be doing a lot of shoving. Like 4s all the way through 9s, maybe even 10s are going to be all in. Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, King 10 suited, King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited. All these hands are going to be all in. You're going to want to have like raised folds. Ace 4 suited, Ace 5 suited, Ace 6 suited. You want to be able to raise fold these hands. So if you're just opening to 4 big blinds, you're kind of removing the bottom end of your range. Like you're not going to open to 4 big blinds with 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s. And I love that fold from Kasparas. Completely understands the fact that when Andy opens to 4 big blinds, he's massively polarizing his range. He's not going to open to 4 big blinds with 2s, 3s, Ace Queen off, Ace Jack off. Which just puts 4s way behind the range that is going to open to 4 big blinds. I do think a bit of a mistake there from Andy with the pocket aces. No need to sort of scare away everybody with a 4x off a short stack. Like it would look less strong to just shove. You know? Like if you're scared of people thinking, because I'm opening aces, limp them, shove them. But opening 4x is just, it's very polarizing. You're not going to be doing it with like the bottom of your range. Hey, Lasso, Ace Queen, People's Champion. Very easy shove. Doesn't avoid this spot. Blinds are up to 250,000. And he has just shy of 5. Cut off, Ace 5. Johannes Richter should be folding. 2s for Kasparas. Played very well so far today. Sees that the shove is for 4.5 big blinds. Can go either way. Folding seems fine. Calling seems fine. If you had short stacks to your left, you could jam to isolate. But having the big stacks in the small blind and the big blind, maybe you lean towards fold. Maybe you lean towards call. $1,200 chips. Just shy of 5 bigs. It is close with 2s. Instead, he does go for the isolate. Or does he call? No, sorry, he calls. He does call. King Jack suited in the small blind. Not a bad spot to also call. Big blind isn't going to squeeze too much. Button's range is uncapped. Would make me feel less likely to squeeze the King Jack here, especially whenever the under the gun player. Yes, they're shoving a short stack. But it's not like the button is doing this wide. Not with the big stacks. I think that's definitely a dynamic to realize here when you're sitting with the King Jack suited in the small blind as Barry is off his 50 bigs. But it does seem like he's gonna squeeze. Oh my days. And this is why you don't squeeze the King Jack suited, chat. From the small blind. Axel Juncker wakes up with Ace King. Bye bye. 5 million chips from Barry. I think that isolate a little bit out of line with the King Jack suited from Barry. You just have to remember that when Kasparis is flatting from the button, he's not just going to randomly flat like Queen 9 offsuit. So when you isolate the King Jack suited, I think you're just burning big blinds, you're playing out of position versus a relatively strong button range. Lasso. He's earning a lot of chips now. There's a lot of dead money. He can quadruple up in this spot if he does find one of 3 queens remaining in this deck. And actually Juncker waking up with it at the right time. But Lassie, the People's Champion, has a chance to win this hand. Having 2 clubs dead isn't good for him. King Jack of clubs was folded by the small blind. Just organizing what the pot is here for the 2 players. Shows the Ace Queen. Ace King gets turned on its back. And to be honest, it's a pretty good outcome for Lasso. Axel not holding some of the strong hands, but nightmare fuel for the Ace Queen. Understands that he's effectively dead on this flop. Needs running cards. Is he going to find one of them on the turn? Is there a sweat here at King's Resort? There is not, and that is GG to Lasso. Out in 30th. Doesn't find a pay jump. Our next pay jump comes when the 28th player busts. But I think the King Jack isolate from the small blind just a little bit too wide. A little bit unnecessary. A very playable hand out of position. A very playable hand post flop. What are you trying to fold out that the button's calling? You're trying to fold out King Queen, Ace Jack. It's going to be hard to fold out those hands whenever there's the dead money from the initial raiser. Whenever the player has position on you. I think he might be kicking himself there with the King Jack hand. But look at that, Axel. This man has mountains of chips in front of him. Barely has room to look at his cards. And Axel's aggression paying him off once more. This time he does just wake up with it at the right time. And it looks like we have a decision. Ace 4 suited and 8 big blinds. What would you do, chat? Under the gun, Ace 4 suited. Personally, I'm moving all in. All my chips are going in the middle. He's having a think. I'd be flicking it in. Evil agrees. He says all in. Casey, edge passes. Don't blame him for folding the Ace 4 off 8 bigs. But just remember, like, you do have the big blind ante to pay next hand. You are here to earn some chips. And a little bit of limped pot action. Andy Dufresne. Deuce 4. Not feeling good. 10-7 from Alex Juncker. Does decide to go for the bet. I wouldn't have hated a check back or a check from the small blind, to be honest. Way ahead, way behind kind of situation. You bet they call you. You're not facing a lot. They're going to shove a lot, and then what do you do with your bottom pair and your gut shot? I don't think you can fold. But it's certainly not easy. Robert Safran. Been quite quiet today on the feature table. But he's played very solid. And it looks like he's going to go for an open with the ace-9, realizing that his image is probably quite tight. Knowing that the table haven't seen him play too many hands for a few orbits. And Richter has 5s plus 1. I think a fold here would be very reasonable. And he does make a disciplined fold. Kasparis as well, going to have to let go with the King-Jack, but Barry, Ace-Queen. I'd like to see a call here. 30 big blinds effective. You don't really want a 3-bet fold. You don't really want a 3-bet all-in off 30 big blinds in this spot. So personally, just a flat call seems very reasonable. And it looks like that's what Barry's going to do. Is Queen off. Getting used as a call. Feels good, man. And the Queen 10 suited should definitely... he has 6 big blinds. He can't fold. But the question is, do you jam? Do you jam? Or do you call? I guess you... I don't know. This is hard. That's a hard spot. I think calling is fine. You can realize a lot of equity with your hand. You can still call fold flops and have 5 big blinds. Yeah. Nice one. Alright, 3 ways to a flop. What have you got for us, oh poker gods? Ho, top pair for the short stack. 10-6-3 rainbow. And a check. Not gonna lie, kind of surprised to see a c-bet from under the gun. Once he opens the ace-9 off, gets a call from both the cutoff and the big blind. The cutoff's gonna have a lot of 10x in his range. That's the weirdest way I've ever seen someone move all in. Just look at the dealer and point between his stack and his hand. And now Robert Safran annoyed at himself for opening the ace-9, and ace-queen is priced into call, but it's in terrible shape, calling 870k to win 5 mil. Look at him, he's like, fuck, I have to call, but I'm way behind. And this is why you can't sort of do that. You can't bet as under the gun 3 ways with the short stack in the big blind with the air. It's a bad board for your range in general. So you're going to do a lot of merging. So you're going to either bet big on this flop, or you're going to check. Because this board is also very, very good for the cutoff. Well, betting big should have been the priority for the early position player if he was going to c-bet. I was not a fan of the small c-bet. Put himself in an awkward spot. And now you have to call with the ace-queen. Does make the correct call. Getting the right price. Miles behind. And a beautiful spot for the queen-10 suited of the big blind. We only need to lose 4 more players till the end of the day. But we know that there's only 2 aces left in this deck. So he needs running cards. We need to see some kings and jacks on this turn. It's a club though. Kills some of the outs. But any ace or jack that's not a club, just the flush. Kessie, it's a happy camper. Look at that. Big smile for the big man. 20 big blinds. Lovely hand, sir. Extracted the absolute maximum value that he could. And he survives. We are nearly at the end of this day. End of level 30. Or 24 players. That is our deadline. Alright, the lads at the table. They're all going to be looking for that day 3 bag. It could be some of their first ever day 3s. All of them have their eyes set, their thoughts, their feelings, their dreams, eyeing the trophy. The 6-figure first place prize of 112,500 euros. It will take discipline, skill, a little bit of luck along the way. Some of these players been making moves. Some of these players biding their time. And some of them, just like Andy Dufresne with 11 big blinds, had a comeback from 1 big blind and he is still here today. I would like to see a raise to 3 big blinds with the king-queen here. Instead, it looks like he min-raises. A little bit small for me, but it's definitely not going to have Saffron going anywhere. But I would have liked to have seen either a call or a 3x. From king-queen, Robert says, yeah, sick. Queen jack suited, lovely hand. Let's go post flop. 20 bigs effective. And it's an ace high board. Unfortunately for Robert, I don't think he's going to be able to stay in this hand. But instead we see a check from Kessie. Interesting. I think this is a board that is going to get c-bet from the small blind the vast majority of the time. I think essentially his whole range should be betting on this flop after he raises pre. Now that it's gone check check, Robert definitely has to start betting. Hand like Queen Jack of clubs. Could still be the best hand at this stage once it's gone check check. But Kessie putting himself in an awkward spot by not c-betting flop, and he is actually going to end up folding the best hand. Yeah, Iron Maiden is still in. He came back from 1 big blind. He's currently got 11 big blinds as we near the end of day 2 coverage of King's Casino day 2 of the World Series of Poker Europe circuit event. Mini main. €250 buy-in. That was a mouthful, but I did it. Also, I know he won't be watching, but shout out to my friend Ollie Hutchins. He's on the final table of a PLO tournament in Galway. Best of luck to him. If anyone else is currently playing some live poker, some online poker, let me know in the Twitch chat. I can give you a shout out. Wish you good luck on this Sunday grind. Well, that is now Monday, I guess. But it has been a pleasure being able to commentate for you guys today. If anybody is interested and wants to hear more from me, I do play full time. My name is Pred Poker. And Kasparas takes that one down with the Queen Jack suited. Lovely hand. You can check me out on Twitch, twitch.tv/PredPoker. If you want to hear more commentary, you can be like, hey, nice commentary, Pred. In the chat, on Twitter, wherever you want. I've enjoyed it. It's been a really nice opportunity to be able to do something like this. A nice birthday treat, some would say. And there is your chip counts. Alex Juncker, 22 million in chips. What an absurd stack. 88 big blinds. He had potentially the hand of the year today in terms of interesting plays. Kasparas, very solid today. 41 big blinds, 10 million chips. Robert Safran, 35 bigs and 8 million. Barry, 21 big blinds, 5.5 million chips. He was our start of day chip daddy. He's still around with roughly what he started the day with, actually. Cassie, Johannes Richter, and Andy Dufresne. All were new to the table. Oh, no, Andy Dufresne was here earlier. Andy Dufresne coming back from one big blind. Simon Foot, bag. The Sunday Million with 40 bigs. Yo, sick, dude. That's huge. I hope you run well tomorrow. Well, today, tomorrow. Tomorrow, today. Later today. But it has been an absolute pleasure of mine to be able to do this for you as these guys bag up. Coverage will be back tomorrow with day 3. Coming back to your next blind level of 150,000. 300,000 is what I would guess. It's been class. It's been a day and a half. Something that I've very much enjoyed doing. I hope you all have an amazing evening. My name has been Pred Poker, Tom Parsons, whatever you want to call me. It's been a pleasure, and I'll catch you guys next time.